We ready, Michelle? Welcome to day 3 of our plenary session for this December. Today, we are going to turn back to the LCE project. After that, turn to listed entities and PAWS, and then go back to sustainability assurance. So we have 3 important topics for our agenda today. I think we've all received the updated document from the LCE task force that we want to discuss this morning, and I'll turn it to Kai.
Thank you, Tom. And as you said, yesterday you received an updated authority related to the group audit piece, which is what we're bringing back now for discussion, so we can be better prepared for the approval of the ED on Friday. Based on the discussion we had, this was the issue we felt that it was worthwhile bringing back. Later on today, you'll get updated part 10, and the conforming amendments also will be sent out this afternoon. Based on the discussion we had Monday, where we had scoped component auditors out completely, we received feedback from you as a board that we wanted to open or allow for use of other auditors in relation to physical inventory count and inspecting physical assets, which is the discussion that was on Monday. Based on what we heard, we had a discussion in the task force to see how we could accommodate for that in the authority itself. We did discuss different alternatives on how to do this. But landed on what we currently have in front of us, that we felt that was most clear to the readers and users looking at the authority. I think the other alternative that we also discussed was whether we should define component auditors for the purpose of the LCE standard differently than what we have in ISO 600 and in the ISOs. But we landed on doing this more directly in the authority itself. We could have done only in the EM, but felt that would be less clear. So as you see in D2 of A1, we now say component auditors you're not allowed to use the standard. The ISA for LCE shall not be used if it's an audit of a group financial statement and component auditors are involved, except when the component auditor's involvement is limited to attending physical inventory count or inspecting physical assets. And the reason we feel that we are happy by opening for them to do this is that we feel that the ISA for LCE has the necessary requirements and EM in other parts around direction, supervision, and review, so that we would not need to add additional content itself to the standard to how to utilize them. We have at the bottom of the EM, as you can see, also added a short piece around on this, and then also saying that the part 10 contains the requirements in relation to the direction, supervision, and review. Anything you want to add to that, Jasper?
Yeah, so the goal was really for us was to take that to make it the same for a single entity audit and a group audit. So to take that difference that's there because of the definitions, take that away. And the other thing as well that we're in revising the other parts of the standard, we of course, with this change in mind, we could also make further changes, of course. So for example, to part 3, if we think that's needed.
I think then we can hand it back to you, Tom, to deal with any comments that we have on the suggestions.
Okay, any comments? Len?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the change. based on the comments expressed on Monday. I'm just looking at we're limiting the physical inventory and observation of assets. I thought when I heard Julie's comments on Monday was focusing on not just those two, more about there might be a situation where physical presence of an auditor or from the principal auditor or group auditor to be at a certain location. So simply very focused on just the physical inventory. So I thought maybe just to step back, give you an example that in certain jurisdiction, banks doesn't have a centralized confirmation process. So because of foreign risk relating to confirmation, the delivery of a confirmation has to be physical, go to certain branches. And then you wait there and collect the confirmation and take it back. So sometimes you do have that need to that physical presence, not just about stock take or observation of assets. So I'm just wondering whether we can broaden that section a little bit, not just limiting to the two types of procedures you outline in the revision. That's number one. Number two is the definition of component auditor. I know you strike out the definition that's the definition came from 600, but you strike out the last sentence. Component auditors is part of engagement team. So just wondering its consistency with this ISO 600. Thank you.
Fernando?
Thank you, Tom. And also very similar comments to Len. I didn't like the addition. I think it's creating more confusion when you read component auditor, except when component auditors are involved. And procedures, I mean, there might be other type of procedures, as he was saying, inspecting original documentation for whatever reason. So I think it's very narrow the way it's been presented. I was fine adding the examples at the end in the EM saying, for example, here are a few procedures that someone will perform as part of the engagement team. But to me, when we start using the word component auditors, I think we're gonna mess up with the interpretation in practice. And that's really what we want to avoid. It's clear to me that you may use staff, people, or whatever name from a different location, but that doesn't change the concept of being part of the engagement team as a whole. And I think that's what we're kind of losing here, just introducing the word of component auditor.
Josephine?
Good morning. Thank you, Len. Thank you, Fernando. Fernando, I agree with you entirely. I think we are starting to overcomplicate this unnecessarily. I would agree in terms of the definition of component auditors. There's no need to strike it out. We're just referring to the definition that already exists. So I would put that back in. The other thing that I've already mentioned as well to Kai is that the implications of this addition on ISO 220 and what we might infer from that. So in ISO 220, these are examples of when you might use, and I'll use the term loosely, another auditor outside your firm to perform certain activities. By including this here, wrapping it in here, it implies that it's only these two circumstances when that other auditor is not a component auditor. So depending on where you land, I mean, I'd rather just leave it as it was, but depending on where you land, you do need to be careful to not imply that this impacts the examples that are set out in the application material in ISO 220. So ISO 220, therefore, can use in a single entity auditor, the audit firm can use an other auditor, again, quotes there, to do anything they want them to do. It doesn't restrict that, that auditor to use somebody outside the firm, whereas, as I say, this could potentially be inferred to restrict that. So I'm really in the Fernando camp with this. It's probably best if we just dial back and see what we hear on exposure by prohibiting component auditors. Thank you.
Bill?
I simply agree that there are other procedures that could be excused as well.
Sue?
So I would prefer that we keep this kind of inclusion in, because I think it addresses with an awful lot of the feedback that has been coming through the outreach. My fear would be if we push this out with a blanket exclusion, we will hear what we've already heard, and we'll be faced with having to work out how we address it. So my personal preference would be to include something that goes some way to addressing it, and then at least get the feedback on whether that is meeting needs and how we go about it.
Hello.
Yes, I think I'm very close to where Sue is. I think not putting anything in will not be responsive. We'll get comments on this anyway, but what I liked about this solution, and I know it's a little bit crude, but it is clear and it's ring fenced, and so I have sympathy for where the task force is going, and we need to acknowledge that sometimes you'll use somebody else, and I don't want to stretch that up beyond, well, maybe for this, maybe for that, maybe for the other. Just ring fence it, these two instances. If not, you're not a less complex entity. Thank you.
Diane?
So when I read it, I was struck that I thought it seemed a little too short. I was expecting a few more words, a little bit like what Len was saying. I'm okay with the example, but I was just expecting a few more words. You know, component orders are involved in those situations where there's a required physical attendance, such as a vault count, a physical inventory, obtaining a confirmation. So I'm fine with including this as an exception. I was just expecting a little more in terms of words, and then putting a couple examples, which you have. That was it. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks. I like the changes on the basis that they were very clear and narrow. I certainly agree that we should put something in this area, and taking it out would only invite more comments. So open to broadening it a little bit along the lines of Dan and Len. But I have a feeling that this will cover most of the issues that people were raising. Thanks.
Okay, let me see. Isabel?
Hello, everybody. Thanks to the task force that has done exactly what we asked for. So now that we see it on paper, we may feel it needs some further edits, but at least it's what we asked for on Monday. And I support what Diana has said. Thank you.
Okay. I think there's a different points of view here, but I also think that it could be resolved a little bit. And I know Kai and team have been thinking about this overnight, so maybe I'll turn it back to you, Kai, or to Jesper.
I can start. I think that what we heard is that we were somewhat responsive, or that we were responsive to what we were told to do. The reason why we limited it as much as we did was to ring fence it, not to open it too much, because where do you draw the line between the involvement and then a true component auditor? And the more you open, the less likely it is that you really are an LCE. When we originally discussed this in the task force around the exclusion of component auditor, we did discuss quite a lot around the other auditor concept and how we can describe that, but it became really complex. I think the benefit of what we have here is that, as you say, at least as a lot of you said, it's clear when you're allowed and it's ring fenced, and it's in these positions where we, or in this use where we think that we have the procedures that are necessary. If we're to open it more, we probably also need to look more at what else to include in the standard. So that's where we'll land it on. I do think we can play with some of the words around the physical presence, that there might be other situations where that's needed, because it is really around that you're using them as a resource because you're not there yourself. It's not that you need their knowledge in order to do the work. That's kind of the boundary, and it is really hard to describe that. And that's what we need to do. Anything you want to add, Jesper?
So maybe like in the background, the task force is also drafting fiercely. So maybe so a tweak that we maybe could be doing, and this, of course, we have to discuss this within the task force, not fully discussed, but is component auditors are involved, except when the component auditor's involvement is limited to circumstances in which a physical presence is needed. And then between brackets, e.g. attending a physical inventory count or inspecting physical assets. Would something like that, in that direction, solve?
People are nodding. Billy, you're on the button.
Thank you, Tom, and that's good that we got consensus on that, because I do just want to support Kai. I do think we need to ring fence this. Remember, we've done a lot of work post ED, and we've got a lot of people and stakeholders comfortable with the direction we were going in terms of being really very clear about what's in and the type of entities we're targeting at that bottom end. And I think the more we open it up, the more uncomfortable people are going to get again. So we need to really guard against inappropriate use of the standard. So I'm glad we got to that. Just something that Josephine said that I think the task force maybe should also just look at, because what we need to think about is when we look at paragraph A1D small 2 that has now been revised, that is in the context of thinking about these individuals or teams, individuals or team members in the context of component auditors. But I do think we just need to make sure that in part 3, and I haven't looked at part 3 recently, that we have exactly this construct that Josephine has referred to earlier from 220. Then I think we will cover it from both ends.
Okay. So I think we have a path forward here, probably some more tweaking. Clearly, the intent is very, very, get one more very, very limited here. And it's just a question in my mind of dealing with this form over substance issue. This is not an auditor doing significant work, but it's literally down to a small task, and they're just being caught in the definitional elements of 600. Okay, I think we should have to make sure that particularly those who were liking the direction of travel understand that that's the case. Well, obviously flag the rationale and our EM too, so.
Yeah, and that is our intent, that we will have a explanation around this in the EM around our intent, and also then maybe look into whether there should be a separate question around some of this or not. But that's at least the direction that we're heading. This needs to be explained in the EM.
I don't know, Jim or Michael, if you'd like to come in with any observations. Not required, but usually when we wrap a discussion up, I offer the floor to you.
No, I think you're settling on a practical approach to it. You make sure that the guidance is clear on what can be done and what can't be. And the addition of wording to explain how you arrived at those examples, I think is quite useful also. So seems like a good outcome.
Okay, I think we concluded that topic. Anything else you want to raise with the board today, Kai?
No, just as I said earlier, later today, you'll get updated part 10 and conforming amendments, and maybe we'll see or an updated text on this, and that's the one that we will look to approve on Friday. I think that's it, right?
Okay,
And the other part is that Friday we also intend to send you some updated text around the quantitative threshold that we discussed on Monday as well, so we can get some further direction on that when we're still together here in New York, so we can progress that matter further.
okay, that's great. So thank you to the task force. Thank you to the board. I think we're moving towards the right direction. Anyway, if we don't execute, people will understand the intent of the proposal. We may get some good suggestions too in the comment period as a result of it. We're going to turn to the PI enlisted entity project. I'm going to call on Josephine, and I think Kalina's ready to go to assist, and look forward to this discussion.
Again, good morning, everybody. So listed entity and PI, track 2 of our project. First of all, many thanks to Kalina and Natalie, and our task forces, of course, Len, Fernando, Chanui, my fellow IAASB correspondent member, and Sungnam, who is our IAASB correspondent member. And also thanks to Sue, who attended our last virtual meeting and gave us lots of hints and tips. So thanks for that. We have had 2 virtual meetings since June, and we also held, as you would have seen from the papers, a deep dive session with the Forum of Firms. So on the record, thanks to them. And we sought their feedback on a couple of things, whether the differential requirements should be extended to PI, and also replacing the definition of listed entities with PTEs. We also, of course, intend to engage with national standard setters at their next meeting, and we'll get hopefully more insights into the practical implications of course, extended differential requirements from listed entities to PIs. So lovely, Kalina, next slide for our agenda. Thank you. There we go, should be all right now. There we go, fantastic. So the agenda items will be focused, of course, on questions 1 to 5, and that's again dealing with the proposed actions related to track 2 of our project proposals. So we'll talk about the objectives and guidelines, the analysis case by case. We'll dip into the factors and examples, the adoption of the IAASB definition of PI and PTE, and then, of course, aligning the introductory and application material in the ISQMs and the ISAs. But the first thing I wanted to just remind you of was the feedback from the Forum of Firms, which is coming. But technology is failing us. Fortunately, this is not a technology project. Fantastic, thank you. So we did have broad support for minimizing complexity and not mixing PIs with PTEs. So that was a good general direction support. We did have support for the new definition of publicly traded entities, and there was acknowledgement that listed entity definition is now out of date. And we did get support for keeping the factors and examples the same as they are set in the IAASB code, and that actually any differences between those in the code and QMs and ISAs should be rare. And then on to the next slide. Sorry, thank you very much. On a more granular level, on extending the differential requirements, while certain proposals could have a disproportionate effect, there was actually recognition that some policies and procedures and firms already extend beyond listed entities, so particularly around the EQRs. Extending the requirements to PIs could impact the work effort and, of course, the audit fees. And one of the ideas was that perhaps what we need is some practical guidance for those SMPs who haven't actually applied ISA 701. So almost like a first time 701 application guidance, because they thought that would be helpful and could introduce some of the hints and tips from other firms where they are more experienced in applying 701. There was support for guidance as well, of course, similar to IAASB for local bodies, so that there is an appropriate refinement of the public interest entity definition. And there was also a good reminder that this will in fact impact the way that a firm will look at risks and responses in ISQM1. So it's something to think about in terms of perhaps an explanatory memorandum or again, guidance. Lots of lovely calls for guidance. Thank you. And then we also received some comments from SMPAG. I don't know if those have had a chance to look at their letter, but essentially similar to the former firms, they are keen to avoid complexity and a move to PI where appropriate. However, in terms of ISA 220, they did have a caution. They said, due to the challenges of applying ISA 720 today, as highlighted, of course, in the post-implementation review work. And also there's a project that we'll be looking, well, a project in tow in our work plan to look at, looking at Billy, make sure I don't say the wrong thing, to look at 720 and determine what we need to do, if anything, Billy. It may not be necessary to actually do any extension to 720 at this stage, perhaps flip it to PTE instead, and then deal with it in the future project if there is one. Just being very careful. Thank you, Willie. So that's really the sort of the intro pieces in terms of what we've heard and the work that we've done since we had our task force meetings. So I'm going to open up, as usual, in my normal manner, to the first question. So the first question obviously is dealing with the objectives and the guidelines. So the objectives are set out in A29A and A29B of ISQM1, and of course A76A and A76B of ISA 200. And the examples are actually in agenda item 6, paragraph 18. So Tom, over to you in respect of question 1, please.
Okay, question 1, agenda item 6A, paragraphs 829A, 829B, and the examples. Any comments? Thank you, Eric.
Thanks. Supportive of the objective in response to question 1A. On 1B, supported the examples in paragraph 18, but we had a question about example C because we didn't find any use of that particular example in the specific case-by-case analysis that we did. And that's the one where it's reporting outside the entity to third parties. And the only example I can think of where we do that right now is in 250, but it's not a differential requirement. It's tied to law and regulation. So we're just not sure about example C and where it fits, or whether it's perhaps already covered under A in those examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Eric. I had exactly the same point as you had, so I don't think I wasn't aware of any differential requirements in that area, nor do I think we should have differential requirements in that area, because these are, the way I see it, this is in instances of fraud or bribery, corruption, and that there really shouldn't be a filter between PI and non-PI when these matters need to be reported to regulators. I just want to make the point, I guess, that and I've made it before in our discussions, that we're now bringing in the language of the IAASB definition verbatim. And I've struggled before with the reference to financial condition in there. I personally think that is too limiting. It's also being now worked into ISQM1 that supports broader engagements such as sustainability engagements. So in my mind, I entirely agree with the perspective that that there is significant public interest, but I don't think it's only in the financial condition. I think it is, and if I could phrase it in my words, it would be heightened or significant public interest in the entity's financial and non-financial reporting, including its financial position and performance. So that sort of brings to life what I think we should be putting as a basis for this. I have limited expectations that this will be changed, but I am making the point nonetheless. Sorry. And that's for this. Yeah, thank you.
So.
Thanks. So supportive of 1A and the objectives. On the examples in paragraph 18, I was just looking at 18A, which is a very broad kind of overarching comment that to be honest could be relevant to all entity types. So I wonder whether we possibly wanted to tighten that up a little bit to look at what it was in particular that was relevant in a pie context as opposed to others. And in that vein, whether that might be better placed after the specific examples that we've listed through as a kind of catch-all at the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Diane?
So similar to Ado, in 29A, I'm not particularly enthralled with the reflecting significant public interest in the financial condition. To me, it also implies that folks are not interested in the financial condition of non-PIs. So I also am with Ado that I suspect this won't be changed, but just those felt it was important to raise that point. And on 1B, I'm fine with paragraph 18. Thank you.
I think Josephine wants to come in with a clarifying point.
Yeah, thank you, if I can, because because potentially what we might be doing is
That's one way of Ado to manage his expectations.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to move it and also get all my papers together here. So in terms of A29A, we had agreed, and it's part of our project proposal, that we would adopt 400.8 directly into our standards. So to your point, that ship has sailed, and that was what we came to the conclusion on. In terms of the financial condition of the entity, that was also raised as well, and also to the extent that it was introduced in the comment letters as well to IAASB on this particular point, and there were concerns about including expectation gap concerns when using the term financial condition. So, and we had this discussion with IAASB at the time as the two boards, when they were coming to their conclusions, when they were finalizing their standard. So what they did was to bridge the concepts of financial condition and financial statements to deal with first the expectation gap. They agreed to clarify that the financial statements of an entity can be used when assessing the entity's financial condition, and they included that in 400.10. And we have therefore taken that same idea into A29B of ISQM1 and the related paragraph in ISO 200 as well. In terms of what we might perceive as to be a narrowness in the thinking about non-financial information, we did also say in our project proposal that we would develop an objective of guidelines to support IAASB's judgments in identifying specific matters for which differential requirements for certain entities are appropriate in ISQMs and ISAs. We agreed at the time that we would not extend the scope beyond ISQMs and ISAs, so the non-financial piece or other aspects of engagements that are covered under ISQM 1. So we did, and we discussed this at length, but we did say that specific guidance for differential requirements for certain entities in respect to the other standards, so ISREs, ISAEs, and ISRSs, could be identified and addressed as part of future IAASB projects focused on these standards. We're just starting track 1 now. So I recognize that we're also looking at sustainability, but we haven't even got to a position where we're ready for this to be discussed and approved for exposure, let alone whether or not we should extend the objectives. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's not that I agree, I have sympathy with that position, but we have already discussed it at length, including with IAASB. So in terms of, particularly in terms of 400.8, it's agreed. And in terms of financial statements, IAASB did put in that additional piece, and they have explained this as well in their basis for conclusions document. So the only reason I wanted to make that point, Tom, was in case it sort of started coming up around the board. And so hopefully that will ease people's minds that it was discussed, debated. And so we're now looking at the best way to tailor 400.10 within that context. Okay, thank you.
As I said, I didn't expect this to be changed. I still think it's not the right way to do.
Noted for the record. Isabel.
Yes, one of the feedback we had, and I wanted to share it with you from the SNP, is that they are very worried to see ISQM1 be updated again, and they were expecting a stable platform. Thank you.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And thank you, Josephine, and your task force and staff for wonderful papers. And thank you for your clarification just now. So I will be precisely, I'm fine with 1A and the objectives and the changes made in 6B. For 1B, I have to be honest, I don't understand exactly what the intent is. CUSP, when I link into the CUSP drafting, it actually says draft, so it's non-authoritative. So I'm just perhaps not experienced in understanding the due process and what that means and putting it in the CUSP drafting principles instead of someplace else in the ISAs. So those are my 2 comments. Thanks.
Okay, Josephine, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of 18A, Sue, we'll tighten up that. That's a good suggestion. Thank you for that. And Eric, I'm looking to Natalie. I did ask her, but But in terms of 18C, where we're talking about, sorry, it's clearly one of those mornings, where we're talking about reporting certain matters in the public interest to external parties. I think that's a specific response in ISQM1, and I think that's why we have included that. But we'll just have Natalie just double check ISQM1 because she's the master of that standard, and get back to us on that one, Eric. So thank you. And thank you, Isabel, for that comment. But we did agree that we would go through this, and these are narrow scope amendments. So apologies from that perspective. And Wendy, it's really up to you. If you feel that's not an appropriate place for us to put those drafting guidelines, if you feel that the task force may want to explore other areas where we put that, then that's fine. But it would seem that that's where we look to when we're thinking about how, when we're being guided of how to prepare our requirements application materials. So we did think that would be the best place to actually hold it. But by all means, I mean, these are just proposals. So if you feel that there might be a better place for it, we're more than happy to explore that.
So I think my confusion was is that it's described as draft and it's clearly non-authoritative. And I didn't know if we wanted to be more precise or there was a place someplace else. So yes, I think perhaps the task force could consider that and make it more authoritative.
Thank you.
Josephine, I just wanted to add, Natalie, the place to look is it comes from QM1. It's about communications to external parties about your system of quality management. That is where it comes in. So that example C does come from QM1.
Okay, Joseph.
So thank you for that. Some good input. Really appreciate it. So we'll have a couple of things we've got a couple of things on our to-do list there. So now we're on to question 2. So we're now asked for your views on our proposals in respect of the extension of the differential requirements to pies, but specifically as well, feedback on ISO 720. And of course, when we're splitting paragraph 17 of ISA 260 into 2 requirements, so that's discussed in paragraphs 33 and 34 of the issues paper. And then of course, aligning the requirement in paragraph 40B of ISA 700 with those revisions that are being proposed in relation to part B of question 2. So maybe those 2 you probably want to think about doing together. So Tom, if we could get the board's feedback on question 2, please.
Okay, question 2. $720 and $260. Ada.
Yes, thank you, Tom. In respect of 720, yeah, I think I landed on a different position. I think I don't think that the confusion persuades me much. Well, I think it is a difficult issue, and I fail to see the reason why to exacerbate the issue we have with 720 already to a much wider population. And while I by and large, or I pretty much agree with extending the PI definition to pretty much all the other areas where we currently use listed, this is the one that made me pause, and where I think we can make a more sensible decision by not applying it to 720. Thank you.
Okay. Julie.
Josephine, just to confirm, you're talking about that chart in paragraph 28. Okay, good. I'm following along then. And thank you for all your work in this area. I'm in the same camp as Ado is on the 720 topic. I remember the conversation we had when we did the post-implementation review auditor reporting. I have my own personal experiences in trying to implement 720. It's been a big challenge. And so I'm not convinced extending the population to which it applies is the right answer at this point until potentially we look at some of the challenges that we identified. The other one that made me pause was the ISQM1 references, which probably doesn't surprise you. And with that being such a new and actually we're only days away from the implementation date, I wasn't sure if it was the time to open that up. And the one that really caused me probably the most concern of that one was the EQR requirement. And those of us that were there at the time, remember we heavily debated that requirement in ISQM1 and made sure that it was risk-based. And I'm not sure if we're in some respects backtracking on that risk-based decision by now expanding the population, which takes, in my view, takes some of the risk-based approach away from that requirement. So I would prefer not to have the 2 changes in ISQM1 at all, but the one that really troubles me is the EQR one.
Kai.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Tom. Good morning,
sorry.
everyone. Huh? Okay. Maybe you have the same view. I can speak. Yeah.
Thanks. Josephine, thanks very much for your work and the work of your team and staff. I refer to little a. I'm not in favor of the extension of the differential requirements in ISA 720 for listed entities to public interest entities. I would have been in favor of changing listed entities to publicly traded entities. Why? I think many banks and insurance companies are neither listed nor publicly traded entities. In my experience, their annual reports may not even be made public or provided only to the limited number of owners. For this reason, I do not believe that it would be appropriate to move beyond listed or publicly traded entities for ISA 720. Considerations could be given to addressing this issue again when revising ISA 720 resulting from the implementation review. I think that's all. The rest I'm in favor. Thanks.
Kai. Just gonna say Kai the rest of the meeting, and then you guys can figure it out.
Okay.
Let's see how harmonious we are.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much the same. And also, as Julie, it's around the differential requirements on 720 and the EQR. So I don't think I need to add too much to that. It's already been explained, and that's what's coming through from what I'm hearing. So.
We have merged the Kais. Sachika.
So now other Kai came in on the other side of the corner.
Ah, yes.
So we need another Kai on that one as well, right? But
surrounded.
Yeah, but my comment is a bit different topic, which is about key audit matters. I understand that the task force position is that, there was already previous support from the stakeholder. I understand that, but I believe that the requirement can to be extended to PI could also have some significant impact on certain jurisdictions. And I also think that most local bodies are currently in the process of refining PI categories based on the revision of IAASB code, and may need some time to analyze the impact. So I think it also needs careful consideration. So my comment is that from a standpoint of due process, I think it will be better to address this topic as a specific question in the explanatory memorandum of exposure draft, so that we can get, various stakeholders' view in the due process. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachika. I think we've run out of Kais here. 3 is pretty good though. So.
Thank you. So I think like others, I had a similar comment on 720. We have had feedback in that area. It is down on our strategy consultation as a potential narrow scope project. So it doesn't feel that this is the appropriate time to be extending that requirement through to 720. Slightly mixed views on ISQM1, actually. I 100% agree the timing is not great as we come up to the implementation deadline to make what are not, in my view, massive changes, because actually I do feel that there were things that were built into ISQM1 to pick up some of the risk elements, and particularly thinking about things like banks and insurance companies. So it's almost like there's compensating material in there anyway to address this. So I think we should reflect on the perceived impact and the actual impact before putting through suggested changes there.
So on that point, there's been a couple of points about it's very close to the point in which ISQM1 is being implemented and the stability of that platform. I guess some of this will depend upon when these requirements would be applicable as well. And I just wonder, at what point is long enough? And would that change people's viewpoint? Say the standard had bedded down for 2 to 3 years. Would that change the viewpoint of people in the room as it relates to the ISQM1 requirements? Julie's nodding no.
No, and I think, Tom, sorry, for me, the EQR one is being the problematic one is because of the decision we'd made. And I don't know if that's not actually a timing question for me. That's just we made a conscious decision to do that.
Josephine, you want to come in?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I agree with Tom. I mean, if you think about it, it's we're only just starting this track 2 now, and we're having the conversation now. So whatever gets exposed will also have will give us the opportunity to get the input from exactly what difference that will make. And I think at this stage, this is what we actually need to do. We actually need to go out and get the stakeholder input on how this might change the work they do, and in terms of also some of the concerns raised by the former firms, how those will actually play out. But in terms of the EQR, the reason why I'm hesitant to change the proposals in that respect is that the feedback that we received during that process, admittedly it wasn't that long ago, was similar in that we can't really extend this to pies because we don't have this global baseline, and it might be disproportionate, which are the very things that IAASB have addressed and that we've explained in our paper. We do now have this global baseline. We are very conscious of disproportionate effect or impact. And so we would like to address that issue in exactly the same way IAASB have addressed that issue. So I understand timing and points of view are very recent, but they're the same points of view that have been applied to other standards when they've been through that process, which is in our agenda papers. So, and also we do need to think very carefully about the introduction of extra complexity if we go down one route with some standards and another with others. So I'm hesitant to use the timing of QM1 coming into implementation as a reason not to continue with this project and not to put out these ideas on exposure.
So I'm just doing some math in my head, which is always dangerous at this time in the morning. But say the effective date is December 2026 of this, which gives 3 to 4 years basically of time to prepare. I don't know. I think that's a reasonable period in my mind. I just don't want the time constraint to be the decision. We should do things of whether we think it's right now, and then consider the practical consequences of it. And then, and I'm not saying where we have to come out as a board right now, but I just want to sort of take that issue as much off the table. I thought, if I remember the QM one, was that we had a differential requirement because it was the best risk-based approach. And as Josephine said, we didn't have the pie option at that time. And that's the whole purpose. We almost leaned on this project to say, oh, we know we'd have to come back. So again, I'm not forcing the conclusion here, but I'm just trying to make sure that we control for the right variables as at the board when we reach an outcome. Diane?
So a couple of comments. I'm in the same camp as everybody else on 720. I think it's been bumpy, so I am concerned now. That doesn't mean we don't put it in the ED and see what the feedback is, but I think that one could be met with some challenges. The EQR, I'm torn. I appreciate Julie's points. I suspect though that some of the entities that may get pulled in here will be banks and insurance companies, which will likely be complex. So I've got mixed views on the EQR element. Again, 720 I mentioned, and then the rest I was fine with, and I actually thought they were good at it. Thanks.
Millie?
I just wanted to add what you said just before Diane came in, and that is, and also maybe a little bit in response to what Sashiko said, in terms of that you appreciate the fact that, you know, we've gone back to the past feedback that we got on these individual projects, which was an important exercise, because remember, here we are now trying to deal with extant requirements, and therefore we wanted to go back and see what influenced the board's decision at the time that the decision was taken. And that's the analysis that Kalina has presented. I also just think that what we need to remind ourselves of is the objective and guidelines that we discussed just before this question is what needs to drive our decision. It is looking at those factors that we believe create the heightened expectation of stakeholders. Is there any reason why you would not extend it to those entities? And I think that's the decision. Once we've gone through this exercise of addressing the existing requirements, that is a decision we will have to take as we go forward with new standards, where we believe there is maybe a reason for differentiation. And then it's that objective and those guidelines that are going to guide us with that.
Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. I've lost track a little bit of who said what, so I'll just repeat. 720, I think clearly it's time to just ask the questions. It seems to be, not universal, so I think that's fine for ISQ.
Sorry, is that you ask the questions?
Put it in the ED.
Okay,
I don't think we need to come to a conclusion here and take it out. I think we have to put it in the ED and ask the questions in an open-ended way to get the right responses.
So Wendy, so at the moment, I think if I were playback, the board's view on this is not to touch 720 at all, and flip it potentially to PTE, just but actually, or possibly not actually, but just don't touch 720 at all, and explain in the explanatory memorandum that it's part of our work plan as a narrow scope amendments project, or whatever however we describe it. Sue actually articulated it a lot better. Thank you, Sue. So we won't, I think that's what I'm hearing from the board, that 720 just leave well alone. Yeah. So it won't be changed and it won't go into the ED.
That's fine.
Okay.
For ISQM1, I think I'm an outlier here. I am fine to expand it to Pi. And again, I wasn't around for all of the thought process for ISQM1. I'm a little focused, and when I look at this, on the work effort required for the auditors in the context of some of the things we said on overload of various different things. But EQCR for me didn't fall in that category. On the CAMs, I do agree with Sachiko. I think that should stay with listed entities only. And then I just have to throw in looking at this table that I have a strong US-based opinion that the audit partner's name should not go in the opinion.
Sachiko, Sachi, you want to clarify what you said?
Yeah, I think maybe, sorry, Wendy, my comment was not very clear. I'm okay to expand in the exposure route, but I think some specific question is needed, because why I say that comment is in question 2, we did not mention key audit matter specifically. I know there is a general question, but if we don't touch on specifically in the question, I think people will just, doesn't mention about, doesn't, try to think about explicitly. So I'm okay to expand, but I think in terms of due process, we need some, guidance in the explanatory memorandum about why we expand, and there is a specific question so that people can understand fully why we try to expand. That's my view.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
Yes, I hesitate to wade into the technicalities of this discussion, but I did want to observe that based on my day job of working with financial regulators, I would note that in recent years, there's been more and more emphasis placed in the international standards for banking and insurance supervision, for example, on the need for good disclosure and transparency by those institutions. And that the international standards set by those regulators don't distinguish whether an insurance company, for example, is a listed company or not a listed company. They expect that the stakeholders that are dealing with the insurance company, whether they be the policyholders, the intermediaries, investors, and so forth, should all have access to good information about those companies.
Thank you. Good reminder there. Seeing if anyone else has their card up. So Josephine, I think, described the position on 720 pretty well. I personally don't think it would be a narrow scope amendment of 720, but it would be a potential project on 720 and not preempting that discussion. You know, I think there's at least support for keeping the other proposals alive right now. Not overwhelming, but remember, this project's going to extend for some time. We're just putting some markers out there. And if we kill it now on the basis of some practical concerns, I'm afraid that it may get lost. And some of those issues may be ameliorated. Josephine, over to you.
Yeah, and then thank you, Tom, for that. And then the other thing is to Sachiko's point, just we have to be very clear in our explanatory memorandum for each standard where there's differentiated requirements that we're putting forward, that we're asking the right questions and putting the right context together. So thank you for that. Okay, then we're on to question 3 now. So we had we did the comparison of the IAASB factors and examples, and then against our own examples and factors, and overall we felt like they were pretty much hitting the same bar. So in which case we have included the IAASB factors into the proposed changes, and then we have made some other tweaks to the application materials. So there is a lot of material there, but if we could have the board's feedback on the factors included in those paragraphs, and also how the application material in ISQMs and ISAs refers to the central list of factors. Thank you, Tom. Over to question 3.
Thank you. Question 3. Michael, I assume that your card's up from last listen. No problem. Isabel, sorry.
Yeah, minor point, but on A29G, second bullet, there's a criteria whether in similar circumstances a predecessor firm has applied differential requirement for PI to the entity. And it's quite strange because I think the practitioner should make its own determination if it's a PI or not. And maybe the previous maybe the predecessor firm made a wrong decision, or maybe the circumstances have changed. So it's a little bit strange, and particularly if the predecessor determined it was not a PI, it should not be a criteria not to treat the entity as a PI if it should be.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. Sorry, I've unhelpfully got lost in my papers. So I think the central list was fine. I got a few points where I think the drafting could maybe be streamlined. We'll send that through. But the particular point was on A29C, which talks about evaluating the extent of public interest, and I think that's not what the requirement is asking us to do. So I think it's the evaluation word in there that's causing problems. I'll send that through.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. Two comments, one on A and one on B. On A, paragraph A29C, acknowledge that wording is very well copied from other places. But in our discussions, people just reading the intro wording to the list, we're just sort of confused, like when it says factors to consider and evaluating, recognizing that it comes in a number of places further down. That's, you refer back up to it. We just thought it'd be helpful and sort of, could we explain a bit better how you use these factors, or who is using the factors and when? But it's really a bit of a geography thing there. We had some concerns about the deletion of the requirement in 260. We're a jurisdiction that has not yet fully adopted the IAASB rules, and so we would be, by taking this requirement out and putting it into application material, we think we've weakened this. We feel that we've weakened the standard because we would not have that requirement in our rules of professional conduct. So we were concerned about doing that, and I think it does raise a question about whether it's appropriate to look to the IAASB code to find a requirement for an auditor to do something. It's better, in our view, to have the requirements in our standards where people can look at them. So that was the second point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking around the room. Otherwise, general support. Okay, I see heads nodded. Josephine?
Okay, thank you. Isabel, yeah, we'll have another look at A29G, and Sue and Eric, obviously A29C needs a little bit of extra help there, and certainly maybe explaining better how it all fits together. I appreciate that. Eric, in terms of 17A, I mean, the reason why we've deleted that is actually because in terms of where we are, the international standards, we're falling behind IAASB. So it's a bit like we've chosen to pick those particular points in the code and require them, but actually we're missing other communication points that are in the code. So from the international perspective, this is out of step now. So that's why we've deleted it, to actually allow for flexibility where you do have requirements in your own code of ethics, whether you adopt IAASB plus, as it were, that there is flexibility there, that those relationships that would bear on independence will be set out in your own code, and so you turn there to see what they are. So from that perspective, it's already out of scope, so it feels it's a necessary amendment for our standard anyway. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Would you like to continue?
Yes, please. Okay, thanks again, everyone. So now we're on to question 4. So we're asking the board for its views on the proposals to adopt the definition of PI and publicly traded entity in the QMs and ISAs. Now, what we've done in terms of PI is it's not specifically defined in the proposal set out in front of you. It has actually included as a requirement. So from that perspective, it was felt unnecessary to then define it. And then, of course, publicly traded entity is defined. So our question for the board is their views on our proposals with respect to how we've dealt with the description, definition of PI and publicly traded entity in the ISQM and in the ISAs in the respective paragraphs. So if we could take, Tom, question 4, A and B together, please.
Okay, question 4A and B. Give you a moment. It's lots of switching back and forth and up and down in the paper. Sachika.
Thank you. My comment is perhaps on B. As Josephine now explained, public traded entity is defined in the definition sections, while PI are only stated in the requirement. And I understand the task force reason why we don't include a definition of PI in the definition section, but when I did outreach to my reference group, many commented that it will be easier to understand if PI is also included in the definition section. And I also think that IAASB includes definition of public traded entity as well as PI in their glossary. So in terms of consistency between IAASB and IAASB, I think maybe it will be easier to include both definition in our definition section. That's my comment. Thank you.
Lynn.
My reference group had exactly the same comment. They missed the subtlety of the fact it was in the requirement and then and we're looking for a definition. So I support what Sachiko's just said.
Sure.
And I had the same feedback as well, so would support including the definitions.
Diane.
Consistent, so ditto on that. And then the only other comment I have is paragraph A29D. I struggled with this paragraph. I had to read it several times, and I get what we're trying to say. I just found it a bit circular and confusing. So maybe if you could just take a look at A29D and see if there's any tidying up that can be done. Thank you.
Ty.
Thanks, Tom. General, I'm in favor. I have a minor comment to paragraph 45. There's a table. In my view, the second row in this table is not a change. These were already included in the definition of listed entity. That's all, thanks.
Paragraph 45 of which standard, sorry?
In our paper where we are.
There's a lot of the issues paper.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Lots of papers
here.
here.
The issues paper, sorry. Yeah.
Eric?
Sorry, I missed one before. In A29F, we talk about how law, regulation, and professional requirements may add categories, and then we go on to list what those categories might include. You know, it wasn't wrong, it's just people were saying, well, why do we need this if it's not really for auditors or firms to develop these categories? So just a question there, whether it's redundant.
Okay, anyone else? Josephine? Oh, Warren,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Warren.
Sorry, Warren.
No problem. Sorry, Josephine, if this should have been asked somewhere else, but just to sort of build on Diane's point on A29 cap D. I think I understand what we're saying. We're worried about the fact that you've got laws and regulations that might describe a public interest entity using other words. So that's fine. And then it says, if law or regulation designates an entity as a public interest entity for reasons unrelated to significant public interest, then it's outside the scope of what we're discussing. I'm just worried that the way 29D is written it could end up being incredibly onerous to actually apply. Because you as an auditor would need to look at the regulation and then say, okay, well, it's defining company X as a public interest entity, but what was the intention of the legislature when they did this? And conversely, you might have an entity that is defined using another term, but you'd also have to go back to the intention of the legislature and say, well, even though they haven't used the term public interest entity, is that particular body acting in a way or trying to regulate something that is in substance a public interest entity, even if they haven't called it that? So I just think that 29D could open up a can of worms and be very, very difficult to apply. So that was the one point. And then the other point is I'm ordinarily not too fussed about whether we do or don't define a particular term or put it in the definition. I'm happy to go with the will of the majority on that one. But with regards now to the public interest entity, assuming if it does go in the definition, and apologies if this has been raised before, is dealt with somewhere in the IAASB code, do we actually explain what we mean by providing insurance or taking deposits? And similarly, do we actually explain who or what the public is? Because those terms, particularly insurance, have caused a lot of problems in the past. And it's not always so easy to determine if something is actually providing insurance to something else or to someone else. And I don't know how much detail we need to go into that. And again, apologies if that question has been asked before. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Warren, for missing you. Josephine.
Okay, thank you. So definitely some call for reinstating pi as a definition. So thank you for that. And of course, we will look at A29D. My concern potentially, Warren, is if we don't have that there, then if you're thinking about the impact of this definition in terms of the differential requirements in ISQM1 and ISAs, what we could be doing is extending it beyond what we initially thought was appropriate as a board. So we'll have to noodle on that one a little bit more, but I do take your point that that could be quite complicated. I mean, of course, that's in the IAASB code as well. So that complication in some respects is already there. But what we don't want to do is extend the scope of what we believe is appropriate beyond as well. So it's a little bit, here rock, here hard place, in fact, that one. But we will have a look at that. And in terms of 18A, yes, that was discussed at length as IAASB went through their process and the explanatory memorandum in the board meetings, and of course in the basis of conclusion what each of these things mean. But if you feel that, perhaps at some point we might need more, perhaps we could do something in the explanatory memorandum just to bring some of that flavor from the basis of conclusions that explains this, to give, viewers, users of our standards a bit of context as well. So that's certainly something we can do there. Thank you. Tom, Warren has his hand up again.
Yes, Warren.
Yeah, Josephine, please. I think that's really important. I mean, if IAASB debated these issues and it's buried in a basis of conclusion somewhere, that's fine. But I think it's actually really important that whatever discussion happened there, that, we have a look at it. We add in a few, I'm not saying we need to write a whole dissertation on it, but add a few paragraphs just to clarify exactly what these terms mean. Bearing in mind that you could be in a situation where in a particular jurisdiction, they decide to adopt this particular code, and then you get into this particular standard, you get into this whole murky world of, well, the basis of conclusions is not really part of the standard, so therefore I can't really use it in reaching my decisions. So I think we do actually need to clarify what is insurance, what are deposits, what do we mean by the public? And thank you very much regarding the other one, 29D, whatever it is. Appreciated.
Okay, anyone else? Josephine?
Yeah, the only other thing is A29F. Eric, this is, again, we are trying to align our standard as much as possible with the IAASB code, and these were considered helpful examples to get people over the hill, in the sense that the PI definition initially was extended to include, say, pension funds and collective investment vehicles, as you probably recall. But because that was felt a step too far, there was a compromise position in the sense that, but let's also remember in certain jurisdictions that PI definition may still extend beyond what we have in our definition to pension funds, collective investment vehicles, and potentially even public utilities. So it's just a recognition that whilst this is the definition we're using for our purpose in setting these differential requirements, those entities may be extended. So it's echoing what we have in IAASB, and I feel if we take it out, then people will start scratching their heads. Well, why have you taken it out? Is there something different here? What's different? And that may cause more questions than necessary. So, I mean, it'd be useful to know how strongly you feel about this bit. Okay, all right. So are you happy for it to stay in the, do you want to consult with your TA?
Thanks for the explanation. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
I guess sort of happy is the way. Okay, Josephine.
Okay, so nearly there. We're moving on to question 5. And it's really just that sort of look over the rest of the application material on ISQMs and just get the board's feedback on how this has been updated and aligned to reflect the adoption and definition of PI and publicly traded entities. Some of this we have already talked about, but it's just looking at the introductory and application material. So any more comments on the material that we put in the document 6A? Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. So.
As I said, I've got a few comments. I'll send through. They're minor. There was one which I thought it was worth just raising here, is that in some places we've introduced a new term and talking about non-public interest entity. In the previous material, we tend to talk about an entity other than a listed entity, and I would suggest if we could keep that consistency, it just avoids creating new terminology that we don't really need. Thanks.
It's very cuspian. Lynn.
I'd apologise in advance, Josephine, because I probably missed this somewhere on the way through, but A30 on page 7 of 6A has a new criteria, the public profile of the entity and the extent to which it's blah blah have a high public profile. Didn't necessarily resonate with me, and I wondered in terms of when you chose to communicate with an external party, and I just wondered what the thinking was behind that as to why you had added it, because I would argue that it would be the significance of the entity and all those other things that you've got above were more important than this one. And so I was just interested in your rationale.
Anyone else? I'm looking at Warren. No hand up this time, so I'm not missing you, Warren. Josephine.
Okay, so thank you. We'll go back and we'll review those and swap those around. Or I should say, thank you, Sue. By all means, when you take on this task force, you can do that. Kalina is going to remind me of the rationale because she can articulate it a lot better than I can. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. So that factor, the public profile of the entity and the public profile of management or owners, was specific to ICQM1, and it was originally in paragraph A128. So once we were aligning to the central list of factors, we felt that we should still keep this factor as it was previously relevant to ICQM1. And this is why it's moved from A128 to A130. So this was the rationale of the task force, retaining it, because it was already in extant.
Okay, convinced?
I mean, one of the things is that we are trying to align, and we were just worried also about dropping that entirely. But if the board feels it's an unnecessary addition, then we could remove it. But it'd be useful to get other views on that one, please. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have a view similar or slight concern that Lynn expressed? Okay, anyone, most of the board members support the proposal of the task force? I'm looking around, nods around, like obviously people, the task force, we're not going out to ED tomorrow on this, that we'll see if we could refine anything, but I think there's general support for the proposal. Over to you.
Okay, well, as always, thank you so much to the board for all that really, really excellent input. We appreciate that. A few bits and pieces to go away and think about. In terms of, you're probably wondering what happened to track one. In terms of track one, in July, we published the ED and we asked for responses in October. We will bring the final deliberation, not final, sorry, we will bring the in March next year, we will bring it to the board, the responses to the ED and the task force proposals in respect of those responses. And then we have an expected approval of the final pronouncement. I'm struggling today. I'm so sorry, everyone. Expected approval of the final pronouncement is set for June 2023. And then in terms of this track two, the ED isn't really expected to be approved until June next year, so June 2023. And then in the final quarter of 23, we'll deliberate the responses, and also then we will look to approve the final pronouncement in September 2024. So that's it, Tom. That's our the final slide for this section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we're some time away from the ED going out, so we just wanted to make sure, as this project may not be on the board agenda, that we don't lose track of it because so much work had been done. So thank you very much to the PI task force and Kalina and Natalie who, back there, who's been helping out with this. Okay, we're going to take a break right now. We finished this session early, shows the efficiency of this board at times. And guess what we're going to try to do next? Sustainability. So we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. We've alerted our observers to that fact too. And enjoy your coffee break.
Test.
Yeah.
Great.
We should get seated and get ready to go. Okay. We may be joined by our observers from the European Commission at some point during our sustainability sessions. But we are starting early, so we let them know that we're starting early. And I think we should pick up. Lynn's going to showing how agile we are in this project, explain a slight pivot, for this session, and not a major one, but a slight one. But actually will probably make our discussion more flow more easily. So Lynn, I turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. You remember that yesterday where we got to was answering and a discussion around 2A. On reflection of that discussion, what we have decided to do is not take any comments on 2B at this point in time. I think it would be better to have the context of parts 3 and 4 and the definitions and that discussion before we dive into part 5. So when Isabel and Joanna take us through that part, we will then take your comments on part 2. And for the remainder of this session, we just have the 2 questions. C, which is the notion of disclosures, and D, which is topics and aspects of topics. You'll note that they're not in the definitions paper. We wanted the discussion first to see if we needed to put them in there, but we need feedback on whether the 2 concepts, the 3 concepts resonate with you. You'll remember on this diagram, disclosures is the green box, topics is the dark blue box, and aspects of topics is the mid blue box. And the central nature of disclosures means it's really important that it is the notion of disclosures there is understood and useful, because all of these flow through the rest of the documents. So with that, Tom, I'll pass back to you for comments on 2C and D. Thank you.
Okay, we're coming back. Some people pointed out some comments on 2C and D. If you raise a point on C and D yesterday, it may be useful to just summarize what you said again for the purposes of getting the discussion going. 2C and D, we're focusing on the disclosures point and the topics and aspects of topics. Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I try to start first my comment to little c. I agree with the notion of disclosures generally, but I'm not convinced that the definition is quite right. By referring to information about topics and aspects of topics, the definition suggests that disclosures can be about topics without any aspects about those topics, which seems to me not to be viable, because any information about a topic invariably needs to deal with at least one aspect about a topic. Furthermore, a disclosure would always be about a particular topic and an aspect thereof because the topics and aspects thereof are largely independent of one another. The disaggregation of a disclosures should not lead to a redefinition of a disclosure, but to a recognition that further disaggregation of the information within a disclosure may be necessary for materiality or risk consideration purposes. I also believe that disclosure exists independent of whether it is subjected to an assurance engagement. For this reason, I believe the definition of disclosure in singular should be changed to read, I will try it, information about an aspect of a topic within the sustainability information of an entity. Then I have a brief comment to little d, which is very brief. I agree with the notion of topics and aspects of topics as described, but the question arises whether this is the same as the terminology being used in sustainability standards currently being issued. Okay, thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Eda.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Following on from yesterday, where I was struggling with aggregation and disaggregation, and thank you, Len, also for pointing out that maybe those words may not be the easiest one to follow in this respect. And I reflected on that overnight as well, particularly also in light of the comment that non-assurance practitioners or accounting practitioners may need to work with this. And I appreciated seeing EER, but give that into consideration. So then we go into the notion of disclosures. And you may remember that yesterday the way I approached it is, what is it that we're providing assurance on? And in respect of sustainability information, that is going to be the disclosures. And what's in it, yes, that could be a topic or an aspect of a topic. I get Kayu's comment, so I don't disagree with that. But what thoroughly confused me throughout is that that I wasn't sure at what level we were talking to when we're using disclosure. Well, I struggled a lot with defining disclosures where there is a generally understood meaning of what disclosures is. But suddenly disclosures is about a topic and a aspect of a topic of sustainability information. I think that the name of what we define needs to be more precise. So whether it could be reported information or disclosed sustainability information, but just leaving it as disclosures threw me off, because in for example, the definition section, there are a number of definitions that refer to disclosures. And is that then in the sense of the definition? No, because it already was there. Or not, and that particularly when you then go into the other sections, it's not consistently applied. So I was really struggling to see how this comes together. So my first suggestion would be, don't call it disclosures, but make it specific to the sustainability topic as a reported or part. The topics and aspects of topics, when we go to question D, where I was struggling with at times was, okay, so what is now the underlying subject matter? Is it topic or the aspect of the topic? And that seemed to vary based on the circumstances. And I'm wondering, are we now making it too complex if we need to figure that out for every single instance, rather than, okay, what is the entity disclosing? All of this, we've evaluated whether that's appropriate in light of the criteria, for example, by evaluating management's process in that respect. And then and then it starts to hang together a little bit, because then we know what the underlying subject matter is. And in one instance, it is going to be the aspect of the topic, and the other one where there is potentially a more basis for some aggregation. I can get it that it's the topic as well. But I initially started off with, okay, all the topics are the underlying subject matter, and then I missed granularity, and so it threw me off. Sorry for this long explanation, but that's just giving you a sense of my thought process as I was going through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric.
Thanks, Tom. And I think my comment's probably largely consistent with Edo's. It's we're just suggesting that you, as you look through the materials, is whether we've used the same term disclosures in different parts of the standard, and perhaps in different ways at different times, because sometimes it seems like the disclosures are about the topics or aspects of the topics reported by the entity, and then other times it might be within the information that is subject to the assurance engagement, and we found that just a bit confusing. So I think hopefully we can be more specific about what we're meeting about disclosures in those requirements at those in those circumstances. Thanks.
Okay, Sue.
Thank you. I wanted to start off by saying I thought the diagram that you had was absolutely brilliant and very helpful in trying to sort of pull some of this together. Where I had a few sort of questions really were then trying to sort of translate that into the words and things, and a couple of observations. Firstly, the definition of disclosures talks about topics and aspects of topics. And I just wonder whether that should be or rather than and, because when I look at the analysis in paragraph 21 of the agenda item, and also looking at the diagram and things, it looked like it could be one or the other, or both potentially. So that was one question. And then the other piece where I was sort of trying to work out where characteristics fit into some of this, because we've talked about things could be disclosed on using that kind of filter. You've got D&E in paragraph 21, which are really good examples. I was trying to see how they fitted back into the definition. And then finally, I thought the very short examples you've got in paragraph 21 were absolutely excellent for capturing in the material, because they really brought the discussions to life. Thanks.
Thank you. Josh.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the task force, and good morning, everyone. I have just one comment as mentioned by Edo, and I was told by Lynn personally about the diagram +1. Thank you very much last evening, but I have one comment. It is unclear whether assertions are made on topics, aspects of topics, or characteristics. Therefore, I think it is necessary to clarify the assertions by providing specific sustainability disclosures and examples on the basis of current and extant voluntary sustainability report, like a GM or S&P, that I want to explain that. Thank you very much.
Okay, back to you, Lynn.
Thank you for that. It reflects a lot of the discussions we've had in the task force, I have to say. And I think we have to reconsider on the basis of the input we've been provided. It's just one issue I'd like to pick up. We have settled on disclosures at this point, but we did have reported sustainability information at another point. So we've used both. I wonder if people have a strong opinion on either one of them. the reason we went away from reported sustainability information is that it actually encompasses the entire middle box of sustainability information, the middle from the blue to the yellow, and we wanted to differentiate. But what I'm hearing is that disclosures isn't necessarily resonating with people. So I think we're going to have to rethink that. And also the point about topics and aspects of topics, because in terms of logic, maybe an or, an and is the right answer here, because you can't have an aspect of a topic without having a topic. So we probably need an and there. But what we call the green box is a bit of a question mark in my mind, and it may become clearer over the next day and a half as we talk. But can everybody just think of the two options we've got, which resonates best with you as we go through the parts? Is there anything else? No, I think that's, I mean, this is work in progress as we work through it. And I think my conclusion is people can relate to this diagram, understand it, but there is some technical detail in terms of wording and definitions that we need to keep working on. Okay, with that, we're going to keep on the theme of definitions, and it's now Natalie's time to take us through the definition section, remembering this is definitely going to be a work in progress throughout the project. So Natalie, the floor is yours.
Super. Thank you so much, Lynn. So obviously we had brought some proposals back in September on the definitions, and that was our initial discussion. So we've taken away all of your feedback from September and adjusted a number of the definitions to respond to your views. In the paper, in the blue box at the top of the paper, we had highlighted 4 definitions that we thought were really the more critical ones, or the ones where there was more significant changes since September. So just really to walk through those, the first one we have is assertions. That's on line 1. We'd obviously added back in there a reference to explain that these are management's assertions. And we've also retained the explanation about how the practitioner uses the assertions. So those were some changes that we made there. The next definition, not highlighted in our blue box, but just wanted flag, is criteria. That's on line 6. So we had responded to feedback there to incorporate both framework criteria and entity developed criteria, which of course are very important concepts as we look throughout the standard. So that's just also something just to flag there. The other definition, this one has been a very interesting definition, which is the engagement leader. So that's on line 8. We took your advice from September and we went back to the reference group of non-practitioners. It was interesting because their feedback this time around was that, you know, they do acknowledge the term engagement partner. That is well understood. But of course, we are speaking to a group of folks that use 3000 today, so are very familiar with 3000. So taking that into account, we did still think that it's perhaps engagement partner is not as relatable for non-accountants or folks that haven't used our standards extensively in the past. So we do still think that there is value in changing that definition to engagement leader. Within that definition, though, we have still retained a reference to partner. We did try and switch partner out with the term leader, but that created a number of challenges. It was a bit of a can of worms. You know, we were getting then confused with leadership in QM1. So we didn't really think that worked. So we have still got the term partner, but of course we've explained in application material that they could have a number of different titles within the firm or organization that they work for. That had a roll-on effect on our definition of engagement team that sits in line 11. Of course, engagement team definition refers to all partners and staff. And just reflecting on that, we thought, well, that's not really showing that the engagement leader is actually part of the engagement team. So we did some changes there just to make that uber clear that it's the engagement leader and personnel. And of course, the definition of personnel itself refers to partners and staff. So it's all well covered, but just really wanted to emphasize the engagement leader there within the engagement team definition. Next, the next definition, just also not highlighted in the blue box, but just to flag to your attention, was reporting boundary, which is on line 25. This does also flow through a lot of sections of the standard and is quite a critical concept when we're looking at sustainability engagements, and will come up in part 3 when Claire will present. So that was just something to flag there. Next up is sustainability information, which we have on our slide here. That was line 38. So there's not a lot of change here from our September meeting because we did hear a lot of support from the board on this definition. But really wanted to flag it because we have added some application material there to explain that this term can be used in a couple of different ways throughout the standard. The task force did explore whether we should be more clearer around sustainability information within the scope of the assurance engagement, and then sustainability information in terms of the broader pots of information that the entity may report. But we landed on, just keeping the term sustainability information, and that because it is, the task force's thinking is that it is clear in all circumstances when we use it what it's relating to, whether it's just the stuff within the assurance engagement or whether it's that broader population of information. The last one was underlying subject matter, so that's in line 40. We'd heard some feedback in the board discussion in September that possibly to change, we presented to you a proposal to switch this to sustainability subject matter in September, but we did take on that feedback that it isn't just necessarily sustainability subject matter or matters that are being measured and evaluated, that it could actually be other types of subject matter. And we also had spoken to our reference groups about that, and they thought underlying subject matter was more technically correct. So we have switched that term back. And then just the other change here was just to be more clearer and simpler in our definition. Currently, the definition of underlying subject matter in 3000 refers to phenomenon. And we have heard feedback that that's a little bit of that's a term that's maybe not well understood. So we presented to you in September an alternative where we spell out, its conditions, events, and so on. But obviously that was, too complex as well. So what we now have is we've explained it as what is being measured in the definition of underlying subject matter. So that's just a brief summary of some of the changes we've made, but of course we would like to hear all your feedback across all of the definitions if there's anything else you'd like to raise. Over to the questions.
Okay. So you highlight 4 here, but you're welcome to comment on multiple definitions. So question 3 on definitions, Josephine.
Thank you very much. In terms of 3A, assertion, absolutely happy there. In terms of B, engagement leader, I'm happy with this. The only thing is we've got a couple of little issues to iron out. So there are some inconsistencies across the connected definitions, though for engagement team personnel and staff. So for example, the engagement team definition is the engagement leader defined as partner or other, and then personnel, but personnel also includes partner. So in addition, the staff is professionals other than partners, so engagement leaders are staff. So there are still some internal inconsistencies there that we need to iron out. And the other thing is with my correspondent member hat on, we do need to check in with IAASB on whether that is going to cause them problems in terms of their work on sustainability as well. So because they may not have changed their terminology. Thank you very much for changing underlying subject matter. I really appreciate that. That's absolutely appropriate. And I was really pleased to hear the reference group also thought that was a better way forward. I do really support the sustainability information as well, which is C. The other one is I'm happy with the criteria. I'm really happy with the additional part of the definition. I'm still struggling with the criteria, including the assertions of presentation and disclosure in there. I feel like it's causing me issues getting my head around the measurement and evaluation and then the assertions, and having the assertions as part of that criteria. It just doesn't really make sense to me because they're used for a different purpose. So I understand there is presentation and disclosure, But I think they shouldn't be included as part of the definition of criteria. And I do have some other tweaks and things that I can just send along. So thank you very much.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Chair Tom. I have just one comment about the sustainability information. And line 38, I agree with the proposed provision that sustainability information in 5000 should be interpreted in the context in which it is used. But I think the scope of sustainability information in paragraph small a is too broad in order to clarify the responsibility of assurance engagement providers and avoid creating an expectation gap. I suppose that it is necessary to include language that clarify the scope, such as referenced in the assurance engagement report, because this is assurance engagement standard. So assurance engagement report should be included in the definition. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Sachika?
Thank you. I have exactly the same comment with Josephine, engagement leader. I think we need to also consider the definition of personnel and staff. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coyote?
Thanks, Tom. I have a somewhat longer comment to the definition of assertions and then to minor comments to the assertions. Because when dealing with sustainability information, there are no financial statements with assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses that need to be recognized in those financial statements. So the term recognition, in my view, is not relevant. Maybe it's misleading. Matters included in sustainability information disclosures either exist, for example, greenhouse gas emissions, internal controls, or do not. The inclusion in the disclosures does not depend upon recognition criteria, as understood for the financial reporting. For this reason, and in line with IAASB 3000 revised, the words recognition and measurement should be, in my view, be replaced with measurement or evaluation. Since the term disclosures are defined as information about aspects of topics of sustainability information, the inclusion of the word disclosure is not only redundant, but is also misleading because it is the disclosures in the sustainability information that are being presented. Consequently, the word disclosures should be, in my view, be deleted. In addition, the definition is fundamentally flawed because it violates a fundamental principle in IAASB 3000 revised, that the underlying subject matter is measured and evaluated, not the sustainability information, which is the outcome of the measurement or evaluation. The proposed definition, in my view, inappropriately claims that the sustainability information is measured. I note that the definition of misstatement appropriately uses the term underlying subject matter. I would also like to point out that the definition of assertions in IAASB 3410 is neutral in that it could be used for limited assurance, even if not required, but the proposed definition only works for reasonable assurance because it refers to identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, which only applies to reasonable assurance as sets forth in part 6. It seems to me that the task force needs revisit the content of the definition of assertion. And I have a brief comment to the term comparative information. Given the proposed definition of disclosures, I suggest replacing the word disclosure with information. And last comment, referring my last comment is the description of the characteristics of suitable criteria for completeness and reliability in ISFE 3000 revised paragraph A 45. Note that benchmarks for presentation and disclosure are included in measurement or evaluation. So the and after underlying subject matter ought to be changed back to including. That's all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Sue.
Thank you. So on assertions, I wondered about whether we needed the phrase category of assertion here, because I appreciate it's come from 315, but I don't think it's referenced in part 6 here, and I'm not sure it's as relevant in this context. Support using the term engagement leader in there. I did wonder whether we needed the comment now about the public sector equivalent, given that we've changed the phrase anyway. And in terms of other pieces, risk of material misstatements, you've taken out and sort of suggested that you don't think that's needed. I wonder whether that might be almost more important to define, given the subject, the variability in the subject matter, and also the fact that we are talking about non-audit practitioners using the standard. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. 3A, yes, agree the assertions is now consistent with existing standards, but thought that task force might consider somehow, so now it says representations by the entity. Could it also be management or an appropriate third-party statement? So I wasn't sure that entity captured all those that might be providing representations on assertions. B, fine with engagement leader and all the conforming pull through that has to be done. For C, I like what Yosh said, and I think we already had a lot of discussion about the use of the words disclosure and sustainability information, and I think that might be a separate project unto itself to go through all of the documents and see how it's used to avoid confusion. And then D, I am fine with as well.
Thank you. Chumwee?
Thank you. Good morning. Can I confirm it's not just the 4? We are looking at all the definitions, right? Okay, so actually supportive of ABCD. The only exception is the one on personnel and engagement leader, as Josephine mentioned. So that's the only bit which we think needs to be ironed out. So I have 2 other comments. One is line 4. Which is the assurance skills and techniques. So supportive of the revised definition, do think that is more specific, and that's great. I'm just wondering whether we want to consider adding in critical thinking, professional skepticism, professional judgment, because we think that those are also critical assurance skills and techniques. Also, just wondering about the departure from the term competence, because that's a well understood term, and that's in ISQM and so on. So not entirely sure of the rationale behind replacing the word competence with skills and techniques. So that's on line 4. The other one is line 20. Let me just scroll down, which is the management's expert. So the reference to expertise in the field other than assurance just seemed a little bit odd and quite irrelevant to me. I think as the task force mentioned, the other than accounting in the financial reporting context does not translate very well here. So I agree with that. Because it really can mean anything, including what we might see as the more fundamental stuff like measuring, measurement of scope 1, 2, 3 greenhouse gas emission. So I just thought, instead of saying, expertise in the field other than assurance, what the task force actually initially considered, which is the specific expertise, just sound like a better term to use here. And also, when we say used by entity, it does place appropriate boundary to it. So I thought maybe we can change it to specific expertise instead. So those are my two kind of comments. Thanks.
So Lynn, we have about 5 more name cards up. If at any moment you want to come in, just flip yours up and I'll call on you. Okay. Okay, thanks. I just assume you get it. As of now, it doesn't seem like there's fundamental objections. You get in a lot of good, useful information to continue to refine, which will be the name of the game for this project, I think, here to ED's approval. Okay, just to prepare, I have Edo, then I have Kai Morton, then Eric, Julie, and then Len. So Edo.
Yes, thank you. And I'll just go top to bottom, if you don't mind, otherwise I'm entirely going to lose track. In respect of assertions, we use the term recognition, and which I perfectly understand in the sense of a financial reporting framework. Just not sure it's all that applicable in respect of sustainability reporting. We talk about measurement, yes, clearly, but I was wondering, shouldn't evaluation also be in there, given that some of the subject matter information will be qualitative rather than necessarily being measurable. And I'm only going to say this once, but here we say presentation and disclosure, and I know in what sense it's meant here, but it's just confusing with a defined term of disclosure. So hence my comment I made before. I could point out a few others, but that's not necessary. I was wondering whether there's indeed a need to define appropriate party, but I have no concerns with it. Somebody made a comment about the comparative information, so I'll leave that behind. In respect of criteria, I don't disagree with what's there. What surprised me a bit is that in the definition, we follow that on with, particularly under bullet 2, such criteria are either a complete set or criteria developed supplemental. I don't think that's necessarily part of the definition. I think that's more appropriate as application material for the definition. In respect of engagement leader and engagement team, recognize the comments Josephine made. I was still thinking, can we maybe make this a little bit less complicated and do away with the definition of partner and do away with the definition of personnel? Well, there seemed to be overlap between staff and personnel, and I think there's scope for simplification. I and Natalie, I've heard you well, unintended consequences, but I don't see them. So and at the moment it's just confusing. Or maybe unnecessarily complex. In respect of frauds, I was thinking to maybe specifically call out fraudulent reporting. Well, greenwashing is a established term here, and I think it would be worthwhile calling it out. In on line 16, we've taken out further procedures. But we kept the definition of risk procedures, and I don't think one should go without the other. If we're defining risk procedures, we also should be defining further procedures. Where are we next? Let's see. And I have further comments that I'm not raising here, but I will send over for your consideration. So in respect of professional judgment, we're on line 30 now. I was wondering whether we should also reference in there the applicable criteria, because that's also an area where that we consider as we apply the professional judgment. See, then we're at at the sustainability information. Let's see, what was my thinking there? Yes, so we say in the application material, for the purpose of this ISSA, sustainability information should be interpreted in the context of, and then, well, it depends on what scope of engagement you have, which I found a little bit confusing, because here you have the entity that reports sustainability information, but for this engagement, only these bits are the sustainability information and the rest is not. I think this is much more of a scoping issue than a definition of what sustainability information is. And that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kai?
Thank you. I had the same point as others have picked up around, I support engagement leader, but there are some complications further down in this document. I did have somewhat similar thought as Ido, that do we really need partner to be in this standard? But I also recognize Josephine's point that we need to look into what IAASB are doing on their side, but it doesn't really feel necessary to kind of include that term in the standard. I do have some detailed comments on some of the others that I'll send through. But I think that's the one that kind of tripped my mind a little bit most. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Eric.
Thanks, Tom. No comments on assertions or engagement leader. Like Edo, I was a little bit concerned about how things were going to shape up using this definition to mean of sustainability information to mean different things in different circumstances, and just how we're going to make that clear in the various parts of the standard that we're looking at that particular time. So I was just a bit confused about having a definition that covers two things at the same time. A question I received was on underlying subject matter of a very basic and simple definition, but because there are different frameworks in existence at the moment, we wondered whether that definition would work in all of the various frameworks. So I assume that you're going to look into that as you go through this process. For example, some people mentioned the GRI framework and the UN framework and wondered whether it would work in those contexts. And just an outstanding question from my point of view is when a practitioner is ultimately going to be deciding whether to use 3000 for an engagement versus this standard, will it be clear the distinction between the two standards? And I don't know if that means you need to define what sustainability means for the purposes of using this standard. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. You want to come in?
We are getting questions from stakeholders about how 3000 fits with 5000 and how 3410 fits with 5000. We know it's an issue. It hasn't been considered yet. So just in case anyone else has the same thing, know an issue, not yet worked through.
Can I just also just add on there about the question about defining sustainability? We've looked at other reporting frameworks and it's not necessarily defined. So I think it would be very challenging for us to take on that task. But as Lynn said, we obviously do need to deal with the scoping issue of the standard, which we will get to at that point, but definition is not on the radar. Perfect, thanks.
We could win a Nobel Prize if we were able to define it. Julie.
Thank you. On the assertions definition, we now have recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure, but we don't have any particular anchor in that definition to a framework or equivalent or something like that. I think we need something to anchor those words to a applicable framework, applicable reporting framework or equivalent, something like that. Because right now it's just missing, it feels missing to me. And my other comment, sorry, I'm just going to scroll for a second here. Sorry. The pressure. My other comment is on engagement leader, which I know we discussed before. So I understand where the task force went with this. But now that we have in the definition or other individual, I wonder if that works, because we also have partner, and we say that partner is an individual with authority to bind the firm. But then what does that mean for the other individual we have in the definition above? So just a thought, maybe we could maybe make that simpler by just saying the individual with authority to bind the firm or appointed by the firm and who is responsible. And then you could say in circumstances in a professional services firm, this is often called a partner. And I can send some of those words along, but I just wonder if the words of or other individual there is complicating it a bit. And I did have the other point that's been raised around the personnel engagement partner potential conflict. And I won't layer on about sustainability information, but I had a similar comment to what we've already heard.
Okay, Len.
Thank you, Lynn. And the Army, great work in this area. I know it's a work in progress, so maybe I'll raise 2 or 3 and I'll send the other stuff through. I know we talk about engagement leader and agree with all the comments, but in the engagement leader definition, there's one says appointed by the firm. The firm is a defined definition in the IFA glossary term, has specific reference to professional accountants. So if you say appointed by the firm, that means only appointed by CPA firm. So maybe think about that reference in there. One other comment is, I know Eric mentioned about whether you should define sustainability. I understand Natalie's reasoning, but we now have several definitions with the word sustainability. So for example, sustainability competence. So if we can define sustainability, what does it mean, sustainability competence? I see the explanation about subject matter. So if we can define sustainability, so maybe it's probably worthwhile to think about a subject matter expert competence as a current definition, probably better. That's one. There's one word that I don't see in your paper is documentation, because documentation in ISA 230 is very specific to audit engagement and a lot of regulatory inspection characteristics in there. So when we perform assurance on according to 5,000, whether we need a new definition for documentation, I don't know whether maybe for the task force to consider. So those are 3 comments, but I have other ones. For example, I know it's a work in progress. It might be an application material, so there's some areas such as criteria and appropriate party, I'll send it through to a task force to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. Yes, I just want to come back on the point on assertions about ditching recognition and just saying hang fire a little bit. However, because essentially we need to make sure this is future-proof as far as possible. So we don't know what's coming down the track in terms of framework, and that is a possibility. We just don't know at this stage. However, what the IAASB have done is they have changed it to identification, measurement, and disclosure of climate-related information. And maybe identification might sit better with the board than recognition. But I think to ditch that concept that underlies what recognition means altogether isn't really going to help it keep it future-proof. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. The only other thing I don't want to add too much onto this is that considering some of the conversations earlier and about ethical requirements, I wonder more and more the ethics codes, the ethics board has been referring to ethical requirements, including independence requirements. And I don't know whether it would make sense in this context to have some reference that what we mean ethical requirements, particularly for non-practitioners. It includes independence requirements, because this is something that I've heard with policymakers is a key issue to ensure that it's ethics and independence. And I just want to make sure for non-practitioners and for policymakers, it's understood. So, one possibility is in that final sentence in definition 34, comprise the ethical requirements, including independence requirements in relevant laws. I don't know if that means then we have to define independence as well, but it is an issue. And I just think it's one of the key points about making sure that there's a high standard that applies to all practitioners across the board.
Sure, Tom, we can take a look at that. I know certainly in 220, and we haven't gotten to part 2 and bringing part 2 in, but I know we every time refer to ethical requirements, including independence requirements in the actual standard itself, not just in the definition, to really emphasize the independence. So when we get to that part, we can certainly look at that.
Okay, I just think it's one of the key issues. Okay, so lots of good feedback here, which is I think what you were seeking. And again, I think this will be iterated a lot over the next coming months. Back to you, Lynn.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass to Natalie very quickly, but just a couple of comments from me. It seems that the ones up on the board were the ones that people had the major issues with, which is useful because that's where the task force got to and the board's got to the same place. What I heard on sustainability information is we've confused in their entity-based sustainability information and assurance-based sustainability information, and that we need to untwine that. Lots of comments on assertions and from Josephine some potential solutions, which is useful. Around the engagement leader, it's defining the bits around it. We have agreement on the concept. It's getting it tidy around. And there's just one final comment. Some of the definitions we deleted, we took the Warren approach. He's not a great fan of definitions. So if there was a common sense definition of it, we deleted it out. So documentation, we said, well, everybody knows what documentation is. We don't need to define it. So that's why some of the terms have been deleted. So just to put that on the record, but I'm sure that Natalie will have some good summary words. Thanks, Natalie.
Thanks, Lynn, and certainly appreciate all the feedback. I think there was just one or two things just wanted to, either answer questions and so on. So I think the topic of IAASB came up, and we certainly are coordinating very actively with them. We've actually shared our definitions with them, some early drafts of our papers. that we have shared with the staff, so they're fully aware of our direction of travel on the definitions. So we will continue to do that as we progress. So I think the other point that came up on the criteria was, around the presentation and disclosure, and we'll certainly take that feedback back. And I think one of the things that we thought was important in sustainability is that it's not just the criteria for what topics or aspects of topics are actually included in the sustainability information, but it's how that information is also presented is very, very critical. So it's important we somehow highlight that. So we'll take that feedback on and think more about how we can bring that flavor through. Chanwi, I think you asked about the competence and switching to the skills and techniques, and really the switch there was when we re-looked at it, we realized that the skills and techniques was much more specific and clearer around what it actually is that they need to have. So that's why we switched back to the definition we have in 3000 there on the skills and techniques. So that was some of the thinking behind that one, but perhaps we can do some more to link that back to QM1. I think then the underlying subject matter, Eric, just on your question there about, whether it would work for different frameworks in all different circumstances. And I think that was actually one of the reasons, partly one of the reasons why switching back to underlying subject matter is better, because underlying subject matter is a bit more broader than sustainability subject matter. So I do think that is more versatile across different reporting standards, and just looking at the definition again, we have gone with that more principles-based, simpler definition there as well. And then I think the final one, just going back to the sustainability definition, Len, coming back on that one, certainly we had an interesting conversation with IAASB. We asked them about whether they were defining it and where they headed. And, certainly one of the things that comes up is that if we, the challenge with defining it is that this is such an evolving space that if we define it now, we may limit have challenges down the line in terms of future-proofing the standards. So it is a tricky area, and that's really where their thinking is why they haven't gone down that road. But certainly take the point that it does create a challenge with some of the other linked terms there. So that was all I wanted to summarize. So thanks, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Just to pick up on that, defining sustainability, given the speed that this area is moving, we're going to get this overarching standard out, but I can see it being amended relatively regularly over the next 5 years. So I can see that this is more dynamic at this point in time. Because the area is more dynamic, so will our standard have to be a little bit more dynamic than potentially some of our other standards. Okay, that means we have finished the first 2 sections, and we now have a table change that Claire and Wolf are going to take those 2 seats at the head of the table, and we are going to move on to part 3, which is a very important anchor for us. So Tom, while we're moving,
Okay,
back to you.
Wolf and Claire, you take the hot seat at the end of the table. So we'll run this session to 12:30. I'm not sure, we'll see whether we get done with this part or not. That's not something we could stop and continue.
I suspect that this is a really significant part.
That was my
quite complex.
That's my suspicion that and so I just was preparing for people for we'll break as appropriate here.
We may well get through the presentation, but we'll probably hold all the questions till after lunch, unless we don't get through it.
We're very
so
flexible.
The first person up is, if I remember correctly, Wolf. You start.
Correct. Thank you, Lynn. I think we do need the next slide.
The famous clicker.
I remember Arnold's admonitions to eat the microphone. Um, this is the section on an acceptance and continuance, and this section is somewhat different than what we're used to seeing in the IAASB. The IAASB, of course, also have a section on acceptance continuance, and they also have a requirement or two on the issue of the acceptability of financial reporting framework. And there's a nice appendix at the end, appendix 2. But I think it's not used a lot because most jurisdictions do have frameworks. There is reference in ISA 800 to the application materials appendix 2 as well, where perhaps it might used more often, but the situation is very different. I mean, accountants have had well over 100 years of experience in drawing up financial statements and having the bookkeeping systems in place to do them. This is new, comparatively new. I mean, we're talking the first environmental reports came out in the 1990s. And so as a result, a lot of this area is in flux. In particular, I think we have to recognize that there is a certain strategic importance to this section because you have to identify which frameworks you're going to use, whether or not you need entity developed criteria, and determine the sustainable information to be reported and the assurance scope. And that leaves a lot of room for the risk of misleading users, and the word of the hour is greenwashing. And so it's really important to establish at the beginning of the engagement as to whether the preconditions are there to ensure things like, or to make sure that the entity is not selectively reporting on more favorable topics or aspects of topics, when it doesn't apply accepted industry frameworks or criteria, so it's not comparable to others, or whether the assurance engagement is very narrow, covering only the disclosures that are easy to assure, for example. One important thing in this respect is that most of these frameworks are exactly that. They're frameworks. They're not like IFRS or US GAAP with that level of detail. And as a result, when interpreting these frameworks, entity developed criteria are, as a rule, required in some way, shape, or form. In this respect, I think that you need to deal with certain issues. In particular, you need to worry about whether the scope of your engagement covers those issues where you know you can get sufficient appropriate evidence. One of the issues is if you cannot disregard information that you've come across during an engagement, so that if you realize after having included something in scope, you don't have sufficient appropriate evidence, then you can't say, well, now I'm going to take it out of scope. These things are crucial in agreeing the terms of your engagement. It's very difficult after you've accepted an engagement to go back to the entity and say, oh, well, now we want to change things because we had a misunderstanding about what we're doing. Of course, you need some balance because on the one hand, you want to do enough to make sure when you've accepted the engagement, it's an engagement you can reasonably do. On the other hand, you don't want half the work effort of the engagement to be done prior to accepting the engagement. So that balance is very difficult. And that's what we talk about, a preliminary knowledge of the engagement, which is also the term that's used in ISA 3000. There are a number of issues that we're going to be discussing, which are listed under the second bullet point. I'm just going to highlight a few things before we get into some more technical detail. I think one of them is the issue of double materiality. That's an issue that relates to the suitability of the criteria, in particular with respect to completeness and relevance. Those are two characteristics. As I've mentioned, one of the issues is whether you can actually get sufficient appropriate evidence. One additional issue that we've dealt with in the application material is the issue of internal control, which relates to whether or not they actually have a reasonable basis for the information that they're reporting. Why is that important? If they don't have a reasonable basis for the information that they're reporting, you're running the risk of turning it into a direct engagement, and we're supposed to be doing only attestation engagements under this standard. So it's really important that they have a reasonable basis, and usually a reasonable basis in this complex area requires internal control of some sort. Next slide, please. I'd mentioned the issue of appropriate scope, and there's a number of concepts here. There's the sustainability matters. That's everything in the universe that you could theoretically disclose about sustainability. And then there's the sustainability information reported. That's based on some framework and in most cases, entity developed criteria. But there's also the issue of the scope of the engagement, which would not necessarily cover everything that's reported. Depends upon the circumstances. And I think the diagram shows very well. You have particular topics and you're reporting about certain aspects of those topics. And it's the aspects of the topics that lead you to the information that you're going to be disclosing. One way of looking at it is like a matrix. You have your topics up top on your, in terms of columns, like for example, biodiversity, labor practices, human rights, etc., environment. And then you have rows, and the rows would be things like governance, internal control, risks, etc. And where these intersect, those are the disclosures, right? I hope that that's a helpful way of looking at it. Now, before we get into the actual requirements, and I hand off to Claire, I think we need to recognize the context in which we're working. When 3000 was written, it was written for the universe of all assurance engagements. And under the clarity format, that meant that only those things, those requirements that are applicable in virtually all engagements could be included in the requirements. Everything else had to be relegated to the application material. In this case, we're taking a slice out of that universe. And that means that some things that are now in the application material in 3000 become applicable in virtually all sustainability engagements and therefore deserve to be pushed up to the requirements. Now, this is of course a judgmental issue. And I guess one of the things we're going to be asking today is whether we got the balance right. But I think that it's important to keep in mind that just like for 3410 and 3402, which are both build upon ISA 3000, they go beyond 3000 and taking certain things that are in the application material or touched upon in the application material and moving them into the requirements because they're relevant in those particular circumstances. Claire, did I forget anything important that you'd like to add?
Hopefully not, but I can carry on from there if you like, Wolf. So moving on to a little bit more of the detail that will lead into question 1. Particularly in relation to engagement scope and the sustainability information reported, we have added a new requirement. When I say new requirement, a requirement additional to that in ISA 3000 relating to the preliminary knowledge and appropriate scope. So the preliminary knowledge of the engagement circumstances, that is. Now, whilst it wasn't included in ISA 3000 or specifically in ISA 3410, it's implicit in 3000, which requires that the practitioner use that preliminary knowledge of the engagement circumstances as a basis for determining if the preconditions are met. So this new requirement is really providing the foundation for determining whether preconditions are present, which will come to later in requirement 2. So we thought this was really important to spell out, and the things that we've tried to highlight in this requirement is that preliminary knowledge encompassing the sustainability information expected to be reported, and we talked quite a bit about that already today, and that information could be quite different, or rather it may not, the scope of the proposed assurance engagement, maybe not the entire information reported. So it's important to understand what those two things propose to cover. So we note that the sustainability information reported may comprise multiple topics, aspects of topics, and the disclosures as a result of those. Or it may be very limited information to particular KPIs, for example. The reporting boundaries that I know was mentioned during the discussion on definitions also can be quite complex. It could involve the whole value chain, or it could be limited to the entity itself or the group of entities. The frameworks applied don't always specify exactly which topics or aspects of topics have been reported. So there is the risk of management bias in selecting those topics or aspects of topics and the boundaries which are going to be applied in reporting. Likewise, the assurance engagement could cover all of the sustainability information or only certain disclosures, and could be limited, a more limited boundary perhaps to what is being reported on. So secondly, we have included a requirement relating to appropriate scope, a new requirement. When I say new, again, in addition to ISA 3000 in requirement 2C. So in addition to the preconditions which we've mirrored from 3000, we've added an extra precondition to evaluate whether the scope of the engagement is appropriate. And whilst that was implicit in the existing preconditions, we felt that really needed to be spelt out because that is a high risk area. So that has been identified specifically. And we've given quite a lot of application material on the process and criteria for identifying, selecting information for inclusion in the sustainability information reported and the reporting boundaries. So and in addition to that, we've included application material on the new requirement in 2C for evaluating whether the scope of the engagement is appropriate. So that's application material paragraphs A11 to A15. So I think we can move to the question. Do you want to add something more?
I wanted to add something on why we designed the requirement in 2 the way we did and why it's in a separate C. There is a precedent for this kind of requirement in 3410. So 3410 already requires, has a separate requirement about the scope of the assurance engagement. The difference is 3410 builds on 3000, which means that all the consideration in 3000 apply. You have to apply 3000 and 3410 together. In this case, we have a standalone standard. And as a result, some of the thoughts that are in 3000 still need to be covered here because they're not covered in 3410 directly. You have to refer back to 3000. In this case, in the standard, they have to be covered here. And if you look at the issue of assurance scope and also the issue of the scope of the sustainability information reported, you'll note that in the application material of ISA 3000 to the preconditions that are listed under B, that the issue of scope is covered when considering whether the underlying subject matter is appropriate. The issue of scope of the sustainability information is covered under the criteria, in particular the issue of relevance, completeness, and neutrality. The issue of scope is also covered under the issue of whether you're going to be able to get the evidence needed. And the issue of scope is also covered under the issue of rational purpose. And so it was important for us to clarify that C is not a separate consideration of B1 to a separate consideration from what is in B1 to 6. And is a consideration that is done while doing B1 to 6 in line with ISA 3000. So I just wanted to explain where it is, and why it's there.
Before we move on to the questions, that's important because the priority area that we've been asked to look at by stakeholders is scope. And so we just want to make sure that that is clear to everybody, that we have addressed scope, because it can get lost in all the detail of this section.
Yeah, to mirror that, Lynn, it seemed odd to us that scope was sort of not really mentioned in this whole section. And we, yeah. So I'll move to the slide on the question now.
Okay, so I'm not sure this would be a very truncated discussion. I think we should stop here, allow you to think of your responses over lunch, and then we'll come back and have a discussion on this topic. So what I suggest is we reconvene at 1:30 still, so you gain in a little bit more than 10 minutes. Thank you for setting up this discussion very clearly. And we'll just reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Hey, could we all start getting seated again? Okay, good afternoon. And I want to welcome a few people. First of all, Adriana, good to see you on screen. You're part of the army that we were talking about, and it's good to have you on board here. Neil Morris has joined the table. I told you that Neil may join us today. Neil, as you well know, is one of our new incoming board members, and it's only appropriate that you join at this topic. I feel like you have bear some responsibility for what we're doing, because this all sort of started with our round table discussions amongst the board in March, and lots of what you suggested at that time is being done right now. So I guess there's two things to be said. Is like, no good deed goes unpunished, but maybe it's just a highly fulfilling task for you to get to implement what you preached. This is totally practicing what you preach. So welcome, and Warren, welcome back as well. We may have our observers from Europe join us shortly. I was delinquent at the end of, hi Roger. I just said that you may join us a second ago, so I'm clairvoyant right now.
Good to see. I'm a bit in and out of the meeting, but interesting to watch so far.
Okay, thank you so much. So I should have asked Michael and Jim at the end of the PI and listed entity discussion if they had any observations. You know, I'm going to remedial chair training after this. But Michael, I wanted to just give you the opportunity. This is on the PI and listed entity, and then we'll go back to sustainability.
Thanks, Tom. Probably don't need remedial chair training, but you might be suffering the same thing that I am, the ravages of aging. So just a few comments on that project. I would say that it was encouraging to the PIOB that the board showed general support for the task force's proposals. The proposals are an excellent example of leveraging the work of the IAASB and moving in the direction of harmonization with the IAASB code. And we look forward to the results of further work by the task force in response to the feedback that the board provided today, for example, in relation to the implications of applying ISO 720 to PIs.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'll just blame age on everything now. So at some point it doesn't work though. So we're gonna hand the floor back to Wolf and Claire. We did a little bit of discussion before the break, during the break, I mean. And one of the things based upon one of Wolf's comments was that everything's intertwined a little bit in this section. And I saw the question one and I was like, how are we going to answer this question by itself? And where were we going to point people to respond? And so we decided that we were going to continue the presentation and then deal with this section holistically because it's so fundamental to the work. So Wolf.
Yes, thank you, Tom. That's exactly what we had discussed. What we would do afterwards when we present all the questions on the slides, we will probably mention the paragraphs that we're seeking comments on so that you have an opportunity to provide comments on particular requirements and related application material. So now I'll hand over to Claire again.
Thanks so much, Wolf. So yes, so we're skipping over question 4 and we'll come back to that in a moment. So I just wanted to give a little bit more background and a bit more context for the sets of questions that we'll work through in a moment. I note that the process to identify the matters to be reported for sustainability, which may include, of course, reporting topics, aspects of those topics and information disclosed about them, is often more complex for us than in financial reporting, for example. So the diagram that I'm going to work through builds over a number of slides to depict the processes undertaken in reporting on sustainability, which need to be understood by the practitioner in evaluating if the preconditions are present before accepting or continuing the engagement. The specific preconditions relevant to this process will be shown along the bottom of this diagram as we go along. We don't depict all of the preconditions in this diagram, but it's to try to give you a flavour of what we see as being the process the entity goes through, that the practitioner then reflects on or evaluates. So this first column that you see on the slide shows the sustainability matters available, which may be relevant to the entity, comprising topics, aspects of topics, and the boundaries that may be reported on. So these could be very extensive, but not all need to be reported on. As we know, what needs to be reported on is the information that meets the needs of intended users. In order to select which topics, aspects, and boundaries are going to be reported on, the entity needs to go through a process to identify reporting topics. And that's what we depict in columns 2 and 3 here. So in order to undertake that process, the entity needs to understand the information needs of the intended users. Are those users concerned with the impacts of sustainability matters on the entity, the impact of the entity on sustainability matters? These two perspectives of the users are often referred to as double materiality, which we touch on in paragraph 837. And this explains the relevance of the information that might be reported, that's being selected from, the relevance to those intended users. The entity needs to apply criteria to select the sustainability information reported. So that is shown in that yellow box, the criteria applied to select the topics, etc. And most importantly, to meet intended users' needs. So column 3, this process should result in the scope of the sustainability information reported. Sorry, I probably shouldn't use the word scope in this context. So results in the sustainability information identified for reporting. Again, the topic selected, the aspects of the topic selected, and the boundaries, reporting boundaries selected. So the important point here is that the practitioner will need to understand the suitability and availability of the criteria that the entity uses in going through that process, resulting in appropriate, or whether the underlying subject matter selected for reporting is appropriate. Oh yeah, there we go. So now we build further on that, on this diagram with columns 5 and 6, which represents that further criteria are needed now for the entity to either measure, evaluate, present, or disclose the sustainability information, however they're going to report that. So, and then column 5 is the outcome of the entity applying that criteria and that is the disclosures about the topics, aspects of topics within the boundaries that have been identified that it is reported on. Again, the practitioner will need to evaluate the suitability and availability of the criteria applied by the entity in determining the sustainability information reported. And finally, column 6 relates to the scope of the assurance engagement. So this may be determined by regulation or legislation or voluntarily, and relates to the disclosures to be assured. Oh, hang on. Whoops, sorry if you didn't know what I was talking about. There we go. The final 6th column now appears on the screen. Apologies, I've got 2 buttons I need to press here. So this 6th column is the scope of the assurance engagement. Now that could be, as we've mentioned before, all of the information reported in column 5, or it could be only certain topics or aspects of topics. It could just be a couple of KPIs, it could be the emissions, it could be the boundaries of just the entity, or it could be a whole supply chain in relation to social issues. So that could be very variable. So again, the information, the topics, aspects, or boundaries could all be different or more limited in what is assured. In addition, the level of assurance needs to be determined, whether that's limited or reasonable, and whether that's on all of the information reported or assured, or some of the information assured is going to be limited assurance and some reasonable assurance. So this final column relates to the appropriate scope. And we mentioned before about a new requirement to C to assess the appropriateness of the scope of the engagement. And that's where that new precondition comes into play. The way that we've presented the preconditions is that in evaluating the preconditions have been met, we consider that the practitioner needs to consider whether both these sets of criteria in yellow are suitable and available, and whether the underlying subject matter is appropriate in meeting the user's information needs, whether that's that durable materiality concept, whether that's the users are interested in the impacts of the entity on the environment, on sustainability matters, or the impacts of those matters on the entity. And so whether the assurance engagement has an appropriate scope. So I hope that enlightens and doesn't confuse the issues. But on that, with that bit of background, I just wanted to provide a little bit more background for the questions. And I would say, if you want to ask a question, I know Tom said to us in the break, please do encourage everyone to just put up your hand or put up your card. There we go. Edo has a question. So please, also everyone else, feel free so that we don't just continue confusion.
If you can go 1 slide back, Claire. Yes, that. So, and thank you very much for giving this clarification. That that helps, and it's sort of how I had it in mind as well. And I appreciate this is hard to capture in a couple of sentences, and but this is, I think, a level of understanding, and I know this is probably written in the context of paragraph 2, where the suitability of the criteria need to be evaluated, etc. But I think this understanding is already relevant for, or that's the question, is this understanding also not equally relevant for paragraph 1, where you are, where you need to get the preliminary knowledge of the engagement circumstances, because we end with the 6th column. Yeah, that's right. So the scope of the engagement is in there, but I think how the company gets there is all part of that area as well, isn't it?
Yes, that's right, Edo, and it's a little bit difficult to tease those out in probably the way I've described it. And in the actual application material, it does actually relate the process that we list there, entities process to identify reporting topics in under the application material for that preliminary knowledge. So you're absolutely right. It sort of builds on that preliminary knowledge. So,
but I'll come back in respect of 1 and 2. But I just wanted to, because this drives the comment that I make. Thank you.
Right, this is exactly the type of interventions we're seeking now. Because everything's building up to proposals, we want to make sure everyone's on the same footing.
Thanks so much, Edo. So please do. Oh, yep.
So when we did the EER guidance, I remember we had a lot of discussion about the 2 yellow columns, because I thought there was confusion about when we talked about criteria, which ones we're talking about. And I thought in the EER we had to make a distinction in the way those were described. But I haven't, so I'm just wondering if that's an area where there might be some confusion when we're talking about suitable and available criteria. It's usually the criteria for the auditor to evaluate the information that they're reporting on, whereas the criteria in the left column are more what the entity is using to decide what to report.
Maybe I can try to answer that. The criteria have to meet the characteristics of suitable criteria, which include characteristics like completeness of the information, the relevance of the information, and the neutrality of the information. That's where you're in the first yellow box. That is everything that's supposed to be in there in there? But then there's the second box, which is, are you appropriately measuring or evaluating the information using the appropriate procedures or what have you? And that's the second box. Now, that's all part of criteria, however, right? It's not something separate. It's just that, for example, you have the criterion, the suitable characteristic reliability, which talks about whether different practitioners under the same circumstances would come up with the same disclosures, right? So it's both of them relate to the criteria. It's just different aspects of the criteria.
Josephine?
So, Wolf, then just on that point, now I thought I had it, now I'm confused. So when you're talking about whether the preparer has appropriately applied the criteria, you're saying that's the second yellow box, because you're saying have they appropriately measured it? So
well, it's both. If you look underneath, it says suitable and available criteria under both boxes, right? So they have to apply both boxes appropriately to have, or they have to have suitable criteria for both boxes. Let me put it that way.
I understand that, but that you can't. Part of the work the practitioner will do is to determine if they have done that once they're performing the engagement. So you don't have to have that understanding at this preliminary phase that they've done that appropriately, because that's part of the practitioner's work. That's why I was saying I'm getting confused now, because you were saying that's where you judge whether it's being measured appropriately.
Well, that's partly true, because in some circumstances, the criteria will not be the framework criteria will not be specific enough, and you'll need entity developed criteria to explain how you actually went about measuring and evaluating in a narrow sense. So you do have to have an understanding or a preliminary knowledge of how they intend to do this. They should have some certain policies in place, right? Which would be their criteria for that.
Annalyn?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to Eric's question. I wasn't sure if Eric, if perhaps the difference, maybe if I was understanding your comment correctly, so there's a difference between criteria and applicable criteria, because in the definition, of criteria, that's kind of the criteria the entity applies, including criteria that could apply to information not in the scope of the assurance engagement. And then applicable criteria we have in the definition as the criteria. Oh dear, my pages have gone all wonky, but we do specify that the applicable criteria are the criteria for this engagement. So we make that differentiation in the definition. So criteria could be a broader pot of stuff that's not within the scope, apply to broader stuff that's not in the scope of the engagement. I wasn't sure if that was your question.
I'll reflect on that. I think that's probably what I was getting confused about. Thanks.
Okay, this was Josephine, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because actually as it's laid out in the papers, I understood this very well and I was following it very well. But now what I'm hearing, and maybe it's my audit brain, so sorry, and not an assurance brain, what I'm hearing is what you're describing in that box is a risk as part of your risk assessment process and your risk assessment procedures. To get that understanding of that deeper understanding of entity criteria, how they're developing that criteria, because it's entity developed criteria. That to me is like that's step one. That's your risk assessment piece, and then you go on and perform your audit procedures to determine if they actually what they say they have done and it is appropriate. So that's why I'm just getting a little bit confused. So maybe Ado's put his card up. He might be responding to me.
Let me give it a go, Josephine. But because I think there is this step in the middle, given that a lot of this is yet undefined. If the company has a criteria of we are going to measure CO2 emissions by holding our finger in the air and making a rough guess of what it's going to be, we need to have that understanding before we go that way, because there's no point in accepting the engagement at that point.
Okay, so it's a little bit like, do you understand the financial reporting framework before you've gone into it? Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Ado.
To put it another way, the entity has to have a reasonable basis for the numbers that they're or the disclosures that they're making. And that's, I think, what part of Ado is getting at is without that reasonable basis, you don't have a basis for accepting the engagement. And that's what you need to get under and a preliminary knowledge of.
Okay, this was very helpful, this whole discussion to me. So I'll turn it back to Claire and Wolf if there's no other questions, and we'll keep on going through, but let's continue to operate in this way. I think we all want to make sure we understand the core concepts that the task force is using.
Yeah, thanks everyone for the questions. That's really great. And this is, there's been a lot of thought and angst as well about trying to pin down these concepts because they are in a lot of ways quite different, or there's a lot of additional work in this preliminary before accepting or continuing the engagement that you wouldn't normally see in a financial statement audit. So we've been quite cognizant of that. And also trying to take on board the reference groups input in this area, which have been speaking very strongly about the need to understand this process to identify reporting topics in particular. So going on to the next slide, there was a number of priority areas identified by the board that we focused on in this part. The requirements on criteria, we've really focused on giving prominence and providing anchors to the application materials. So we have, I'll say, new requirements on the suitability and availability of criteria and the characteristics of suitable criteria, and quite extensive application material to explain each of those, because we felt that those criteria were very important and obviously was a priority area identified. Yeah,
I think it's important to recognize, however, that we didn't make any of this up. It was in the application material of either ISA 3000 or 3410. So all we did is moved application material, like I described before, from the application material to the requirements, because it's always relevant.
So the criteria in sustainability reporting may, of course, be particularly complex, and there may be a lack of suitable criteria in some cases, in which case it may not actually be possible to perform the assurance engagement on all the parts of the sustainability information reported, or that the client may like to be assured. The criteria might comprise multiple frameworks and or entity developed criteria, and often will need to be supplemented by that entity developed criteria where the framework lacks specificity. And that we know those frameworks are evolving rapidly. So this is very much a moving space. When the entity identifies, selects or develops criteria, but with frameworks that are not well established, there's obviously that increased risk of bias. So again, I reiterate that we think the practitioner needs to really understand that process to identify, select and develop criteria, and the reasons for selecting that criteria. So we've included a whole lot of application material around the sources of criteria, the process to develop criteria, criteria for information, the different characteristics, and application material for each characteristic of suitable criteria. We've got, we have tried to tease out some of the preconditions into individual requirements. So you'll see those through requirements 3 through to 7, I believe it is. And those will relate to roles and responsibilities, understanding the subject matter, a rational purpose, and I've already mentioned the criteria ones. And we draw that out in the application material. And we talk quite a bit about the maturity of the process to prepare the information, which is very impactful of the type of evidence you'll be able to obtain, and whether in fact that evidence can be obtained, and how to evaluate rational purpose. So I propose to leave it there unless Wolf wanted to add anything before we move over to the questions.
I think we need the questions on this.
Okay.
And I just come in on the last point that Claire made, and this is with Marek's words firmly ringing in my ears. That final evaluation of whether you've got a rational purpose is absolutely vital if we're going to have useful reporting. So there may only be 3 words there on that slide. That is not the importance of that. This is a really, really important area to have a report before you start that has a rational purpose. If you haven't got any users, if it's not going to be understandable to people, if there isn't a rationale for having the report, then you don't pass go on this area. So just want to emphasise that particular area. Back to you for the questions, Wolf.
Yes, the questions are on the slide. I'm not going to read out the questions. I'm sure everybody has read them. I'm going to ask Tom whether we could perhaps do it by groups of paragraphs, but we'd like to start with paragraph 1 if that's okay.
Okay. For lack of, to manage some of the complexity here, we're going to do it that way. But I guess with the eye to some of these questions up there. Paragraph 1.
So do you want a reminder of what that is, Tom? Sorry.
Well, it's okay. You could give a quick reminder, and then also I assume we're talking about the related application material.
Yes, correct. So requirement 1 on preliminary knowledge and application material A1 to A5. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. I did say earlier to Lynn, actually, I'm not going to obviously raise every single bit and piece here. You don't want to hear about editorials or geography or etc. But so I'll try and pinpoint on things that I'm not quite understanding. In A1, when we're talking about the preliminary knowledge and the level of assurance to be obtained, in little b, we talk about the relationship of the topics and aspects of the topics to other underlying subject matter the entity reports on, such as a financial statement. So I got myself into a bit of a circular confusion here, because financial statements are subject matter information, not underlying subject matter. So I'm not quite sure whether I'm missing something fundamental here, or maybe it's an editorial, but I want to make sure I'm not missing something fundamental there. So I thought I'd ask that question. Thank you.
May I respond to that quickly? Yes, there is something in there we need to fix.
We actually ganged up and made sure that it was in there, and see, Josephine, if you picked it up or not. So well done. You get to go again. Anything else?
So in A2, again, we have a little highlighted bit here. So criteria applied, it begins, and it says, if the framework criteria do not specify sustainability information to be reported in sufficient detail, the entity needs to undertake a process. But there's no requirement here to get a preliminary understanding of the criteria. It seems to be embedded in the consideration of the scope. So again, maybe it's just a fix, or again, am I missing something here?
Okay. Anything else? Okay. We'll accumulate a couple of comments. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. This is just a broad question, and maybe it will get cleaned up when we look at sustainability information and also tie it into the nice diagram that you had earlier. But the concern that I had was it's not clear, and I'm in actually 3.1.1. It's not clear how much is part of client acceptance and continuance, getting to a decision-making point, and how much is really later in risk assessment, and how much am I really looking at? And I think my feedback group was very concerned that there was too much in sustainability information, and we really needed to stay focused on what the engagement would entail, and how much information we actually need to have pre-engagement. And again, I think some of it has to do with how we describe sustainability information, and also for the practitioners getting familiar between sustainability information and disclosures and what exactly is part of the engagement. So that's the same overriding theme in 3.1.1 and 3.1.2. And I think some of the earlier discussion might clear that up, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. We had quite a lot of discussion around A4, and the theme comes up several times. And in some of the preliminary comments, you've referenced the challenge of dealing with frameworks that are evolving, and the fact that everybody's system is evolving, and therefore there may be deficiencies at the moment, and processes will be evolving. But I think it's that underlying theme that if there's a deficiency in the process, that means that not all the information is being reported. Does that preclude acceptance? And in this time period where things are evolving, and what's reported now may be different to what's reported in 2 or 3 years' time, just kind of how we capture that in a way. I mean, I understand the kind of bad stuff we're trying to scope out. It's how you support the good stuff as it evolves. So recognizing that in there, and we've sent some suggestions through.
Thank you. Come, Morten?
Yeah, it's on the same paragraph, A4, but more specifically to the second or the last sentence there. We were saying that in these circumstances, implications will have an impact on the practitioner's acceptance. Is it not more that you need to consider the impact for some of the reason that you just explained, and it may or may not have an impact on what you're doing here?
Thank you. Ada?
Yes, thank you. So the reason for asking the question whether that entire picture is part of the understanding is that I don't think that that in reading the requirement of one, and even with the application material, gets me that I need to have a preliminary understanding of all of that. And so that's why I was struggling, I guess, and that's where your picture was very helpful, because I do think that you need to have a preliminary understanding of it before you start determining whether the criteria indeed are suitable, etc. So that was more an overarching comment to this, and I, in my head, also keep coming back when we talk about underlying subject matter. What is that? And I think that is the aspect of the topic that is being measured or evaluated. And sorry to come back to the definition, but maybe we can provide that specific example in there to make that a little bit clearer, if I'm on the right track. So if I'm not, please correct me if I'm wrong. And one of the reasons, as I had read this initially, is that, well, where's the entity's process to evaluate whether they're getting the right topics to be disclosed, or the aspects of the topics, etc. But I think once that picture is in there, I think that should sort itself out. I was a little bit confused by A1A double I, where it says, and reasonable assurance on the process to prepare the disclosures. And I think you understand my confusion. Well, what reasonable assurance are we providing on the process to prepare the disclosures? And so it threw me off. I had I also had some questions in respect of paragraph A4. Well, I'm not sure you'll get to deficiencies at that point in time. It's either there or not, but I'm not sure whether you will have the granularity there that you will end up in deficiencies. I think it is, yeah, this is about understanding what they are going to be reporting and whether that serves a rational purpose. We can deal with it here or later on, as you've done in the requirements. But it felt a little bit much here, so I'll stop there in respect of paragraph 1. Thank you.
Wolf?
I think it's important for us to realize where we are in paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 is about obtaining preliminary knowledge. It's about getting that knowledge so you can do 2 and the other requirements after that. You're not making a decision at this stage about whether you're accepting or rejecting the engagement. You're gathering knowledge to be able to do so. So I just want to be careful that we don't put too much into paragraph 1, which isn't supposed to be there. It's just you're getting the foundation to make a decision based upon the work you're going to be doing later, right? So I don't want to have put too much into paragraph 1 in the application material in that respect.
And which I understand, Wolf, but the preliminary understanding that I think is necessary is not captured by the topics, aspects of the topics, and the information disclosed about topics. So I think that is, nobody will get that from this sentence that you meant the process on the board.
Perhaps we're being too subtle, but there is a definition of engagement circumstances, which does cover these things. Now, and that's one of the problems with definitions is people forget to read them, and then they don't understand what's in the requirement. So we'll have a look at whether we can make it clear.
Yeah, we actually tried to reduce all the requirements to the bare minimum. And what I'm hearing is this is too bare, and we need to actually put a bit more detail into this requirement. We were trying to be, succinct and to the essence, but people have misinterpreted, so we need to put more back into the requirement. Claire told us that, but we decided we wanted it shorter.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Yeah, so A1, for example, Edo, we've assumed the engagement circumstances as listed in the definition are known, and this is just additional to it. So it may be helpful to have that full list from the definition in there, for example. I mean, we don't need to workshop that now, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. Eric?
Are we having fun yet? So I think I've got the same point as Josephine and Edo, and it's around the entities process. And you know, there is stuff in A2 that talks about that, and then there's the big picture, and the entities process is a critical part of the preliminary engagement knowledge. And so I guess we were surprised that wasn't in the requirement, and maybe it's there, but we haven't really understood the requirement. But that was something we thought the auditor would be, the assurance provider would be required to get preliminary knowledge about. The other thing that came up a fair bit in sort of talking about this preliminary knowledge concept was that these will ultimately contribute towards the later process of Part 5 and so on. And so it's not just kind of a one-off and then that goes away and you start again. It sort of rolls forward. I know I had another point. Yeah, sorry, I'll leave it there. I've lost track. So thanks.
Okay, you can always come back in. Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I have one comment to A3, which explains the role of criteria in identifying the sustainability information to be reported, and the terms such as materiality process used to describe the application of these criteria. In my understanding, however, the wording of the second sentence appears to suggest that this issue is addressed in paragraph 7 of part 5, which is not the case because the standard uses the term materiality in a different way. So A3 needs, my understanding, to explain that the term materiality as used in this standard is not the same as the application of the criteria to identify the sustainability information to be reported, and the terms often used to describe this and should explain the difference. Not doing, in my understanding, so will confuse practitioners. Thanks.
Julie?
Maybe a different perspective than what we've just heard, but I was a little bit unsure as to, I guess, whether we needed requirement number 1. And is requirement number 1 really not part of preconditions of the engagement? And does this 2-step process, is it necessary? I think it's going to drive an additional documentation requirement, if nothing else, but I just wonder if you need it. And then I guess that's my question, whether we actually need the 2-step process. And then I think there are a couple other places in the standard where we sort of refer again to additional knowledge or additional procedures, then we sort of loop back to these preliminary knowledges and preliminary risk assessment. And is that overcomplicating what the practitioner needs to do? And where it really came true for me is in A6, because in A6, we start talking about whether the practitioner needs to consider additional knowledge beyond the preliminary knowledge, or I guess I just think could all be wrapped up into one requirement that people consider as part of the preconditions of the engagement.
Len?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just want to thank Claire and Wolf. Very good presentation and paper, and your chart was very helpful. Thank you. Actually, I had a similar thought as Julie, but that wasn't my comment. But I had our thoughts about maybe the two-step approach versus one. But I just want to comment on, I know Sue and Kai raised about A4. So I kind of also trip on A4. And I know you brought in paragraph 97 from EER. And I also heard a lot of practitioners feel that EER guidance has been very helpful. But when I kind of struggle how the practitioner are dealing with A4 at the moment. I just wonder, because in your paper, you talk about, you speak to the two reference group, both practitioner in CPA profession and non-practitioner. I wonder whether you get any feedback on how they apply A4, because they seem the ER guidance. So just want more questions, but want to support Julie's suggestion to consider the two-step into one step. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. And Julie, I suppose if we did that as well, some of quite a few of my geography issues and appropriate application material where it's sitting might actually be resolved from that perspective. So I think that's a good idea for the task force to noodle on. One of the things I was thinking about is around the preliminary knowledge and the preconditions, and this is new, and it's really about, well, then how far do you actually go? And I understand that, you know, we look at preconditions in 3000, we look at that in our auditing standards, but we are extending here. And where do you stop? At what point are you really getting into engagement performance, and at what point are you actually just in this first stage? So I haven't got the solution. It's really something to think about, but maybe we need something which is sufficient to X, Y, Z, because you could spend weeks pulling together this information. So how far do you need to go in order to be able to actually say, yes, there is a rational purpose. Yes, there is an engagement here that we will be able to deliver a reasonable assurance opinion on, and so it does need something that helps practitioners understand how far they need to go. And I understand that's a little bit like saying, well, how long is a piece of string? But I'm sure there's something that we can help in terms of guide practitioners so that they don't find that they are spending a ridiculous amount of time and actually straying into performance.
We may need to respond.
Come
on. I very much heard Julie's point, and I think was echoed a little bit by Len and now also by Josephine. ISA 3000 presumes that you obtain this preliminary knowledge. If you look at the requirement, so all we did is emphasize something that's already there. It's not something new. That's the first point I'd like to make. So the question is, given the nature of sustainability reporting and assurance on the sustainability, is it appropriate to emphasize the fact that you might need to do a little more work effort with respect to obtaining the preliminary knowledge than you would, for example, in some other engagements? So I guess that's one of those issues that we could present to the board. There is that question that Josephine correctly brought up as to where do you stop, and perhaps we need to be a little clear that it's the preliminary knowledge in order to be able to do 2 to 7, right? And maybe we can come up with wording that would help to that effect. But I think ultimately the practitioners are going to have to make a judgment call as to when they've got enough to accept an engagement. We can provide more guidance, but there's never going to be a fine line for that one. But I think the bigger issue, and I think that's where we need guidance from the board today, is whether we believe that emphasizing the obtaining a preliminary knowledge is important enough to merit a separate requirement rather than burying it. I'm using that word on purpose in paragraph 2.
Lynn, I see you want to come in. I guess burying's a loaded term here. I'm not sure. I think what I heard from Julie and Len a little bit was, and Josephine, is it an integrated thought process in reality? And using a term that we had earlier, are we, by disaggregating these concepts, are we making it actually harder to draft the requirement? When in fact, like when we saw I think what was really helpful was that diagram where when we walked through it, people had a general conception that seemed right. Lynn, I turn it back to you.
Part of what we were trying to do between, and I think I'm going to say what Wolf said in a slightly different way, between 1 and 2 was to set up that, first of all, you've got to gain some knowledge and then you have to do something with it. So, I mean, in easy terms, that's what 1 and 2 were. When we had 1 and 2 together, it was really complicated because it's extremely long and extremely complex to work your way through, which is why we divided it into the 2 that we've got it. Partly we were also trying to address that how much work is enough by putting the emphasis on preliminary knowledge. This isn't to go and find out everything there is to know about all this. This is preliminary knowledge. So we were also trying to address the concern people had that how much is enough. And by bringing it out as a separate point, we thought it helped that work effort. So this isn't trying to comment on whether this is right or wrong. This is just to explain how we got to where we got to in terms of these 2 paragraphs.
Right. Yeah. So the argument is that it made it less complicated. And to some extent, by focusing only on 1 without 2, we slightly drove a little bit of this discussion. Fernando?
Thank you, Tom. I was not really troubled by requirement number 1, and now hearing to what Julie said, it's easier just to start in number 2. And I think that for us in financial statement audits, it just makes sense. It's inherent. We know we need to gain that preliminary understanding in the process of acceptance and continuance. But when you think that the standard is going to be used by others who do not have a background as auditors, maybe it does make sense to have that requirement in mind. And I think that the construction of the standard is thinking that the users are not only going to be the ones with the background that probably most of us have, and that could really help if that's what we're really trying to do in terms of consistency and quality. But that's just a thought. I don't really know if that was even discussed or considered when they were building the requirements. And we may see some other examples similar to this one. And probably the decision here is, what do we really want to do with the standard? Just go straight forward or build a little bit more of, let's say, background in terms of execution to go step by step.
Chong-Wei?
Thank you. So just briefly and quite consistent with what Fernando has said, actually reading 1 and 2, I did have this sort of internal debate about whether we need 1, because it's inherent in 2, and that's how we have been doing it in 3000 and so on. But I did rationalize that it is so important in the context of sustainability assurance and everything that Lynn has explained. I think it is helpful to just pull it out and give it the prominence that it needs. I think I guess the question, the practicality is, where do you stop? And I thought what Josephine has suggested about sufficient too, that would be a good construct. So it gives you that threshold of how much you need at this stage in order to go to 2 and make that decision. So I will be supportive of that, of what the task force already have with a little bit of a tweak.
Okay. Wolf and Claire, I'm sure you'd want to respond. Now, you sort of got a little bit of a bridging concept from Chun-Li at the end, reflecting on some of the points. So thank you, Chun-Li. Any reactions?
Yeah, I'm happy to reflect and then see what Wolf has to say. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that probably on balance, I know some maybe not fully supportive of this, but on balance, that probably requirement 1 is justified, but with some caveat, if I can put it that way, such as you saying, Chun-Li, so it's clear that as to how far you're going there. That said, Edo was actually pushing for something a bit more explicit around the process, the entity's process to identify reporting topics, etc. So whether it needed to be augmented in that regard was a further thought. So going a little bit further in requirement 1, I think is what you were suggesting, Edo. You obviously come back on that to be clear. I'll just reflect on a couple more points. And then making sure that in requirement 2, I think there was general comfort with requirement 2, and I haven't heard any pushback on the inclusion of the additional C around the scope in requirement 2. So oh, we're not doing 2.
We haven't done 2 yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's to come.
Right.
Okay.
This is
all right,
this is
all right.
you know.
Yeah. So hopefully we could come up with some words to just caveat that requirement 1. So you have to.
Yeah, I think Josephine's suggestion, also Chun-Li's, is probably the best way to go at this stage. That is to fence it in terms of what you're getting the preliminary knowledge for. I hear what Edo is saying, but we're going to have to be very careful that we don't put too much into one that then causes people to say, "Oh, well, you're doing the entire engagement before you accept." And I think that's a key consideration as well.
Thank you, Wolf. And no, and that's not how far I wanted to go either, but a little bit, and it doesn't need to be, well, you may think of what is in the requirements and whether that now all captures it, but in the application material of what they can think of. And that's where your schedule actually helped, because if there's something in there that can materialize that schedule after reading the words, that would go a long way.
Natalie?
Yeah, I just wanted to say as well, I think there's some other things we can do to connect 1 and 2 better together. For example, there's a heading in between, which maybe if we remove some of that, that could just help bring the 2 together. So we can take that away and just think about, just to respond to some of the comments there from Julie and so on. So that was just also something else maybe we can do.
Thank you. Okay. So I think Wolf summarized the general approach. Natalie came up with another suggestion, which probably would be helpful, and Edo gave a clarification in his comments. I think that they provide a path forward as it relates to 1 in the application material. Now let's go to 2. We may be here all week on this. 2. So do you want to turn to paragraph 2 team?
Yeah, so paragraph 2 covers the preconditions of the assurance engagement, and there's quite extensive application material, as you'll see, although some of these are teased out in the further requirements below. So if we just focus on 2, and of course 2C in particular, 2 very much mirrors 3000, whereas 2C is additional to 3000. Thank you.
Okay. Edo.
And probably following up on Julie's comment. So I understand I think I understand the additional in A6 But once you start with A7 and you start with additional knowledge, I started to lose it, because you have requirements and then you have application material on how to fulfill the requirement and not to go beyond what is required, I think. And that's what the additional implies, to me at least. Thank you.
Okay, Morten.
Thank you. A8 for less complex engagement. I'm not sure that we have a definition of what that means in this context, so maybe we should use a different phrase. But I also think considering paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, isn't some of the discussion we're having also based on whether the application material is in the right spot? Because some of it seems to drive a little bit further than what's in the different requirements. So considering whether they're placed together with the right requirement, like the discussion earlier on A4, would you be able to get there based on paragraph 1, or is that something coming later on? But yeah, I think there are some thoughts that could be made around some of this.
You know, when I read the word additional, actually, I thought it was a differentiating factor rather than more in this instance. As I read it, and maybe I'm, we're struggling with some of this stuff too. It's to get a preliminary knowledge in those circumstances, you may need this understanding, but maybe I'm wrong. I think it was differentiating the complex situation versus the non-complex. And I think the additional, maybe because we're preconditioned in this way, I'm using puns almost here, but it's not about going another step beyond. It's about what you need in those circumstances to have the preliminary knowledge. And that it's different, it's scaled in a more complex entity versus less complex entity. Was that the intent?
Thank you so much, Tom, because I'm just reflecting on that paragraph, particularly paragraph 6. And that is the context. And the difficulty we were having is that in some circumstances, you might be able to do less work at this stage because you feel that it's completely appropriate, or perhaps by legislation you're required to assure the emissions only, for example, and you can look at the bigger the engagement circumstances are reasonable fairly rapidly without having any of these red flags, for example, that might want you to spend a lot more time and effort. It does come back to that issue that how much work is enough. So that is part of the rationale here, which is, I think, what you're also saying.
Yeah, I think it's more like you're saying in the instances of more complex potentially more complex engagement, it may also include obtaining knowledge about, right? It's sort of, you look at A6 and then you're like, okay, we're doing a major financial institution around the world or a major petrochemical company. And by the way, you may also need to go A6, A through E, but also this A7, A and B, right? And then the less complex engagements, which maybe we use different terminology if it causes confusion with LCE, is that it's a scaled down approach. I think I guess we could get hung up on the words in this, and this is a real risk. We could be here all night. But I want to at least understand the intent of the words. And if that's the case, then it may reduce some of the concern on these paragraphs of the table. But you drafted it, so I want to make sure that I understand what's happening, but it's tripping people up.
Yeah, so you've absolutely hit the nail on the head in terms of the intent, and it's how we then reword that in a way that's actually useful in tailoring the work effort at this stage of the engagement to not be so overwhelming that it's not even worth considering in the first place because it's too costly before you've even accepted, versus actually having enough information to decide if it's got a rational purpose and that you want to proceed. That's kind of the logic.
So in those circumstances, you may also need to do this to get that preliminary knowledge. Like that's the intent. I think we should agree on whether people agree with that intent, and then we could change the language, because I think the additional implied that it was at some point you do even more work to do it. And what you're saying, to even come up with that preliminary understanding, you may need to consider these things in these circumstances. Okay, anyone else? Let's see, that Sue is up next.
A different point. You happy to just...
Let's go on this point. Anyone want to come in on this point directly?
I think, Tom, there's probably a relatively, it's just a drafting thing, I think, in A6, because I think what we were really trying to get at was it goes back to Josephine's comments about how much is enough, right? And how much you have to do. So I think it's just more about, there may be a number of factors that may impact how much you have to do. And that's maybe the wording we need at the beginning of A6. And then we lead into these factors here that may drive increased work effort in obtaining that preliminary understanding.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone is fine with that point. Okay, I think we leave the drafting to the drafters, so we don't do it. But I think we now have a real understanding of this point, and it's not a big impediment for moving forward. Okay, can we go to other parts on this section? Sue?
Thanks. So my comment is on 2B little 6. And it's talking about in a limited assurance engagement, expecting to be able to obtain a meaningful level of assurance. And I appreciate that phrase is straight out of 3000. It's not one of the easier phrases in 3000 in any event. And I just wonder whether, given the goals that we have for this standard, whether there might be an opportunity here to be able to provide some kind of guidance around what we mean there. Thank you.
I can respond to that fairly quickly. We do have some of the application material on what a meaningful level of assurance is somewhere in here. I've forgotten where it is in part 3. The question is whether we have it in the right place. So we do have the material from 3000 in there, and I guess that would help. So we have to look at whether we've got it in the right place or not.
We'll leave that to the task force to consider, but thank you, Sue, for that point. Len?
Thank you. I thought this section was pretty well done. The only thing I was just reflecting, a lot of sustainability, ESG type assurance engagement now primarily focus on the largest multinational who have gone out and talk about, promoting sustainability. So let me think about A6. Perhaps we need to acknowledge preconditions should including the complexity of the group, because I think doing a group out engagement for financial statement is complex enough. For the group for the sustainability, consider different reporting framework out there. Maybe just a bullying A6 and knowledge rather than going to all the complexity in group audit, but there has to be something mentioned there. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. And I guess this goes back to this morning when we were talking about 2C and the addition there. I mean, we were struggling with the purpose of 2C relative to the other elements of it, and so perhaps there needs to be more in the application material just to clarify that for us, because we found it or wondered whether it was duplicative of the rest of the requirement. And just going back to the earlier discussion, I mean, I'm just wondering whether, given the context we've been talking about for A6, I just wasn't sure whether A7 would be needed anymore, because it's really kind of just saying you might need to do more on the criteria on the entity's process. it's really, I think it would be covered under the factors in A6. So I don't know. Thanks, that's all.
Josephine?
Apologies, I forgot to make this point. It's probably more of a question for Wolf and Claire, but in terms of the rational purpose and the obtaining meaningful level of assurance, sometimes you're a bit stuck because your jurisdictional laws require you, the entity, to have assurance provided on the sustainability information. So, and we do have some bits and pieces in the ISAs that talk about a situation where you're basically you're kind of stuck because you've been asked or required to actually perform that engagement. And it just might be worth us teasing that out as something to noodle on, how an entity would deal with that, or how a practitioner, deals with that when they've been engaged to perform this assurance engagement and they can't just walk away. Thanks.
We actually do have requirements in application material later on in this part that deal with situations where you haven't been able to meet the preconditions even after you've accepted the engagement. So I think we've covered. I guess the question is, do you want something in addition to that? It's requirement 9. I was just told by Claire.
Sorry, totally missed that then. Apologies. Thank you.
Sure, we're very glad we've got something in that. We didn't miss it.
Yeah, I think there's a additional point that Josephine's made. Speaking now personally, I never had a choice to do an audit. I did them, and you had to do them. So, and it's how, when you've got a legislative framework, and this is in the guidance, it presumes therefore that that is a rational purpose, because legislatively people have made that decision, and I'm not sure we've put it in this material yet, so unless somebody can point me to it, but I think that's actually an important point.
We'll check that, but I believe requirement 10 may cover that. Sorry, I only mentioned 9 before. 10 does talk about where the law and regulation prescribes no, that's the layout. We'll double check, there's no, we'll double check that.
Yeah, sorry. I did read 9. Sorry, I have seen 9. This is unless required to do so by law or regulation. So I guess it's back to Lynn's point. Maybe we need something else that links those two, because 9 is not, oh dear, you're stuck. 9 is unless you're stuck. You see what I mean? So we probably need a little bit more there. Thank you.
Ada?
Just on this point, well, maybe it's also a matter of geography. Well, where do we wait until 9? Maybe we draw something up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think that's something to noodle on, as we said. Okay, I think you've gotten a number of helpful comments on paragraph 2 and the application material. Should we move on? Yeah.
Can I just answer Eric's point on C? The specific priority we have been given by stakeholders is the scope of the assurance engagement. What we realised when we first drafted this is we hardly ever talked about scope. We talked about preconditions, we talked about knowledge, etc. And C, what we were trying to do was draw it all in together in terms of what you're going to cover in your engagement, that is the scope. So that was the purpose of doing it, and maybe we need something in the application material that says something similar to that. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, thank you.
Great, I think we've covered 2. Tom, it'd be great if we could do 3 and 4 next.
Well, what I was just asking, Billy, right now? Could we do 3 and 4 next and group them together? Otherwise, so made the chair very happy, which I'm not sure counts for very much. So you want to give an intro into 3 and 4, or should we just assume it's read and seek comment? How about do that? I'm conscious of time. We want to finish this topic at least pretty close to when this session was supposed to end. If we need to go into the next session, we can. But I think we want to go through one more topic today at the very least. Okay, comments on 3 and 4, which is we get into roles and responsibilities and appropriate underlying subject matter. And this goes 3, 4, all the way to the application material. If I'm right, A29. So this takes us to page 20 of the document, right?
A21.
A21, no, missed it.
A16 to A21.
Sorry, A21, sorry. Okay. Ada.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Generally happy with these paragraphs. And not least, but I had a comment on it anyway, but given Wolf's explanation on the reasonable basis that he provided, it made me want to make the point at the meeting that I think there's something now in A18 that can be elevated into the requirement to make it a little bit stronger what that reasonable basis then should be. So so maybe reference the text from there, have a formal process with robust, or you could leave out was with internal controls to enable the preparation, etc. I would just lengthen it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an elevation of an application material. Kailash?
Thanks, Tom. I have 2 brief comments. The first one relates to the requirement 4. For this requirement to be in line with ISA 3000 revised, the introductory words should read in evaluating the appropriateness of underlying subject matter. That is my first comment. And my second comment to this requirement relates to A21 little a. In relation to this paragraph, I know that under ISA E3000 revised, underlying subject matter relates to phenomena and not information. For this reason, the word information in the first and second lines needs to be replaced with events or conditions. In addition, the way little a is written, it suggests that the measurement or evaluation was less likely to be precise when the issue is whether it is capable of being precise. In my understanding, the word needs to be adjusted accordingly. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else on these paragraphs? Okay, the grouping had 2 impacts. Or maybe we just exhausted everyone on 1 and 2.
Tom, we were going to ask, since the grouping worked so well, for 5 and 6 in the next round.
We have invited trouble. There's lots of laughter there. I don't know if that was laughter like we think this is a great idea, or laughter we're ready for you.
Why don't you add 7, 5, 6, and 7? They all sort of go together.
Yeah, we're dealing with suitability of criteria here.
It's just a very long section then, so.
Yeah. But it is one topic. Five, 6, and 7. So we're going up to page 33 in the document. Josephine.
So A29. In A29, just to clarify, this application material is relevant to when the criteria is more relevant to when the criteria is entity developed. So if you're just applying IAASB standards, just like financial reporting, you say which framework you're using, but if you've got entity developed criteria, that's the critical thing about making sure that is also available. So I was just wondering whether you might look at paragraph 218 of the EER guidance, which I thought discussed this matter really well. And I know you are trying to keep the materials slim, but I think it is relevant here, and it might just help deliver some context on that for that paragraph. Thank you.
If I may respond to that quickly. We do have A29B, which includes in sustainability information. Would it be, is there a quick fix we can do rather than putting in all that information along the lines of through inclusion sustainability information reported, for example, including entity developed criteria? Would that help you?
Yeah, it's just highlighting that it's particularly important when it's entity developed, that it's clear and available to intended users. Thank you.
I still think you should have a look at Josephine's paragraph as well.
Okay, thank you. Kai.
Sorry for this, Tom.
I needed some steps anyway.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thanks for your help. I would like to start with A30. In relation to this paragraph, I know that the characteristics themselves, as set forth in paragraph 6, should be repeated here with columns, just like in ISA 3000 revised. Paragraph A45 to ensure that the one-to-one correspondence between the characteristics and their respective descriptions. The way this is written now, it weakens the authority of the descriptions of each of the characteristics compared to their authority in ISA 3000 revised. If the problem results from the application of the new CASP principles, then an appropriate solution would be to include a definition of the characteristics of suitable criteria in the definition section. It was my first comment. Just I need a second. I think if I'm right, paragraph A35 also belongs to requirement 6 and 7. The word evaluate in A35 needs to be changed to prepare, in my understanding, since it's the future events and conditions are evaluated, not the forward-looking information. The same applies to little c, if I'm right. Do I have to go on with to check whether I have more comments? Yeah, right. To A36 little b, to align with this paragraph with the description of the characteristics of relevance, the words after evaluating should be changed to read whether the sustainability information assists decision making by the intended user, including and so on. Then I check whether I have further comments. 1 second, please. Then there's one comment which I have for A38 little a. This paragraph does not appear to be aligned to the description of completeness in ISA 3000 revised. So I suggest that the wording be changed to the following. factors that could reasonably be expected to affect decisions of intended users that are less susceptible to being readily measured or evaluated. Then I hope I have my next comment is to A39 little c, the words capable of being subjected to an assurance engagement are, in my opinion, too vague. It seems to me that the relevant issue is whether the application of the criteria lead to obtaining evidence supporting the reasonable, consistent measurement or evaluation of the underlying subject matter when used in similar circumstances by different practitioners. Do you want to come in, Claire?
I did want to respond to one of those things, but I'm assuming you will also send those through to us.
Yes,
that
of
wording,
course.
that would be
Yeah,
great.
of course.
Yeah. So I will respond to one, but do you want to finish off first?
I think so. We want to cover also requirement 7. Is this right? Yeah. I think that's all. I think. Thanks.
So the only one I was going to respond to is the first point you made, if I understood correctly, was that because the descriptions of the criteria the characteristics of criteria do not appear in the requirement. My understanding is that you were looking to put those in the definitions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. If I may, I see that I have a further comment relating to A49 little d. It relates to the requirement 7. If I can, I would present it because I think it's important. As I mentioned, in relation to A49 little d, the relevant application material relates to the information needs of intended users as a group. The important point here is that the consequences to individual users are not considered separately. I suggest that the words as a group be reinserted so that is in line with either 3000 revised. Let me check whether I have any further comments to the requirement 7. No, that's all. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Sue?
So I'll apologise in advance because I'm very wary of inflicting a discussion on criteria about people just before the tea break. But in the outreach that I did in relation to paragraph 6, we've got criteria about the characteristics that underpin the criteria. The question that was coming up really was: is there something kind of underlying this about the auditability of these of the criteria? Because you may have appropriate criteria, but it may not be possible to then get the information. Sorry, I said auditability has slipped out. It was assurability. But even if it meets all those the criteria, are you able to get the information to provide the assurance?
I just want to see if I understand your comment correctly, because reliability covers the ability to measure something so that different practitioners, similar circumstances come to the same issue. Or are you talking about the ability to obtain evidence, which is not a criteria consideration, but a separate precondition?
Oh, it may be that it's a separate precondition then, because it was more about that accessibility to be able to then take that through. And I just think because it's more prevalent, it was more of a question that was coming up, but it was coming up in the context of this kind of, because it was part of the discussion about criteria. Yeah. That was how it was arising.
Ada?
Sorry, can I ask, sorry, Sue, but so in covering off or the precondition on availability of evidence that could cover it, you think?
Yeah, and it may be something about, perhaps kind of joining the things or cross-referencing in some way, actually. That's been helpful.
Ada?
Thank you. In I think 5 and 6, it reads the practitioner shall evaluate, whereas 3000 says determine. I'm sure there's good reason for it, but I couldn't get it from the material. And something that triggered me in thinking about this, and let me just find it. Oh yeah, here in what is it, 836, where we speak of processes, systems, or controls, include, for example, control objectives. And I also, and this question was exacerbated by some of the other sections that we have that also deal with design effectiveness or operating effectiveness. I do not think that this standard should include elements of such an attestation, because we have a standard for that. That's 3000. So if it's about design and control, operating effectiveness of controls, I really don't think there's a difference between controls relating to sustainability information versus financial information. And I think that just should be clearly scoped out, and that sits in 3000. Thank you.
I would, you want to respond to that, Lynn? I'm happy to.
Let me just respond to the determine and evaluate. When the task force met, we had the definitions up on the board because CUSP is later than the 3000, and we very carefully went through what should be evaluated and what should be determined. So that's why they are different, because when we reflected on them, some of them were using in current context a word that we're not using any longer.
Thanks, Lynn. Tom, could I respond to the second point of Edo's? Because I think it's quite an important one for maybe the board to consider, and that is the comment around whether the assurance on processes, systems and controls is part of the standard. And it is a really important point to bottom out, I think, at this stage in the project, because we are seeing, distinct from most financial reporting regimes around the world, which focus on the outputs of the actual financial report or financial statements, a lot of the frameworks that are emerging do include some or quite a significant element of reporting on the process, on variety of processes, systems and controls. So if we're writing a standard for the entirety of the sustainability information reported, then it will include, in many cases, processes, systems and controls, future-looking information like strategy and so forth, performance against targets, and what we're used to, historical information. And so, yes, we have contemplated all of those pots. And in some respects, we've been, yes, so I was certainly working on the assumption that all of that was part of the scope of this engagement. So, so it's interesting you raised that. So I think it's really perhaps an important thing for the board to consider.
I think we have to recognize, as Claire said, that there are frameworks to do this, including the CSRD, the new one that's coming out, which talks about the process for identifying the sustainability information to be reported. So if we were to scope this out, it would cause a lot of difficulty applying the standard for those frameworks where controls and processes are included.
Also, it's part of our project proposal that we'll look at internal controls, so we'd have to go back and relitigate that.
Was there a fundamental objection to it? I thought it was more of a question, clarification, but I think
maybe I can clarify this. So I understand, and I've seen requirements for companies to reflect on their governance and how they're organized. And that's fine because those are often qualitative, but we have a standard that deals with attestation in respect of controls, design effectiveness, operating effectiveness. So why don't we leave it there and apply that standard if that is part of the scope? I really don't see the reason for overcomplicating this standard by bringing all of that across.
Well, I thought this was a standalone standard, which is this is the fundamental issue in my mind, is that this has to stand. We're not going to refer beginning with 5,000, at least this is the way I interpreted it, to other standards outside the 5,000 series, other than the fact that it rests on the foundation of QM. So
that's not what I mean. And I would think that if this is a specific requirement of the particular jurisdiction, you can provide that assurance in line with 3,000, whereas all the rest would be in line with ISSA 5,000.
I suspect, Tom, we're all talking past each other at this point in time. So if we had a tea break now, we might be able to clarify it over then.
yeah, okay. I'm not forgetting the current intent. Well, let's maybe take Eric's point right now, and then we'll break and leave that one out there, because again, we may be violently agreeing or somewhat agreeing, and there's a way to address it within the standard.
Yeah, mine's not nearly as exciting as that discussion. So in paragraph 5, the requirement 5, I got a bit confused. So we're talking about evaluating whether the criteria are suitable and will be available to the intended users. And and then it says in evaluating, the practitioner shall evaluate in A, B, and C. And I just found C confusing because it's saying in evaluating whether the criteria will be available, you are to evaluate how they're going to be available. So why don't we just say in evaluating whether the criteria are suitable and will be, like, evaluate how they will be available and whether they'll be available. It just seemed strange to have a requirement to evaluate how the criteria will be made available when that's not what you're being asked to do. You're being asked to evaluate whether the criteria will be available. And I did notice that particular C requirement is not in 3,000, so I wasn't sure why we need it. Either there's a specific reason why we are saying evaluate how the criteria will be available, in which case let's make it up at the top of the requirement,
okay,
or not have it at all.
Yeah, okay, maybe this is a good, before we respond, we'll come back to that one after the break, and we're gonna ruminate on Edo's comment and get ourselves some caffeine in the meantime. And then we'll try to get through the rest of this document, which, touches on some really fundamental issues, which is I understand why we're spending so much time on it. It's a real gating issue for this standard. So I think it's been a good discussion so far. I think we're all sort of trying to make sure that we all mutually understand what we're trying to build towards. So this is really a working draft as we speak. Lynn?
Can the task force drafting team and staff, can we have a huddle over here during tea, please?
The Army. Okay,
and then you can have tea.
We'll take a break. Now, I'm conscious that we've eaten into time. Let's reconvene at 3:40. We may go a little over this evening, like 5:15-ish, so just plan on that. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back from the break. So the tea time is given an opportunity for the task force to ruminate. I saw them all huddled in that corner, busily thinking. Lynn's going to tell us about all the great thoughts the task force came up with.
I'm actually going to ignore all of the conversation with the task force because it's a lesson in communication. We all had a little bit different views about what Ada had said, and so we talked about what we thought he'd said, and then I had a conversation with him, and he articulated what he actually meant. So I am saying I would characterize it in two bits. One is under the scope, and that's our parked item of how this standard fits with all the other standards. So there is an open question at present. How 3000, how 3410, how 5000 all fit together. And one of the subplots of that is internal controls. If you just were asked to do an engagement, which was on the designing and operating effectiveness of internal controls, you might do it under 3000. But if it is a bit of the picture, and it's important to do as a part of your 5000 engagement, then you're in the 5000. So that's the scoping issue of it. What bits do we do where, and are we looking to the future of that? The second one is the future theme. This reporting will probably end up with sustainability reporting and financial reporting, and we talked about this when we were scoping this work. It's a future topic, and Edo's head is, how does all this look in the future? How do we fit it all together? How do we do financial controls and sustainability controls? Would we be doing a separate engagement potentially on that? How does it all fit together? So that is my articulation of it. I think they're really important points, but I think we can continue with where we are here. But if there's anything else as we come through, in terms of internal controls you want to bring to our attention, we'd be very happy to hear it. But and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because it's quite a complex thought you've got, and it's also about 2 or 3 years out from where we are at this point in time. So appreciate the thought, and I hope I have in some way done your great thinking justice.
Oh, I had my card up anyway. Thank you, Lynn. And yes, I think you've summarized it well. I am thinking of how this all fits together, and this the areas that are articulated in the standard so far doesn't give me necessarily a lot of grief, but it does need to all make sense together, and it will be a topic that maybe in a couple of years will rise to the level of further concerns or questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, thank you for that.
Continue.
Yeah, we can continue. Now the question is what paragraphs do you want to group together?
So if we're satisfied that we've covered 7 as well, then we'll move on to 8 and 9 on accepting. Or actually, sorry, can I retract that, Tom? We can actually just open up to the rest of the requirements, because we didn't highlight any of those specifically in the papers. So that would be requirements on accepting, and then through to terms of engagement. So requirements 8 to 17, if that's okay.
Okay, the rest of the document, in other words. So Josephine.
Thank you. I have a suggestion for paragraph 8, and it's the interpret. And I agree that this has been picked up from 3,000. But of course, we're moving 220 direction really when I'm thinking about more current standards. And it's not just a minor edit, it's actually an important point because it goes to scalability. There was a wording here in the fourth line where it talks about an insurance engagements have been followed by the firm. So the policies and procedures for acceptance and continuance. In ISA 220, we specifically did not include those terms followed by the firm because it is quite possible that the firm's policies and procedures may require the engagement team to actually go through this process. And there's application material in 220 that describes that. So by doing this, we're not allowing for scalability or firms' policies and procedures to direct engagement teams to do this work. So it may seem like a small point, but it's actually quite an important point. Thank you.
Okay, Kaiwei.
Thanks, Tom. I have one brief comment to paragraph A53. This relates to requirement number 11. In this paragraph, the change in wording from paragraph A9T in ISA 3000 revised refers only to the inappropriate underlying subject matter to be likely to mislead users, whereas the wording in paragraph A9T refers to both the unsuitable criteria or the inappropriateness of the underlying subject matter being likely mislead users. In my view, the wording needs to be amended accordingly. And then my last comment refers to requirement number 12. The changes in wording there in paragraphs 12 and 13, and the related application material have changed the relationship between the two corresponding paragraphs in ISA 3000 revised. So I just suggest that we move back to the wording in ISA 3000 revised. So that's all, thanks.
Chanwei.
Thanks. And my point is on paragraph 9, and maybe I've missed it. So just contrasting it with ISA 3000, paragraph 22, where in 3022, you actually have two more bits to it. One is the practitioner has no reason to believe that relevant ethical requirements, including independence, will not be satisfied. So I see that you have a placeholder on IAASB project, so maybe something that you add later on. So question mark. And the second bit is that those persons who are to perform the engagement collectively has the appropriate competence and capabilities. And this is where I thought the defined terms of assurance skills and techniques and also sustainability competence would be featured. So I'm sort of missing them here. Just I guess a question on why we've decided not to include that. Thanks.
Julie?
Thank you. And just a suggestion, in paragraph A54, which is attached to requirement 13. So this is when you get to a place where you may have to think about withdrawing, or you might have circumstances that come up that say, what I thought I knew, I didn't really have all the information, or something the news come to light. The example in A54 is fine, but it's focused on the practitioner's restriction. So for instance, the example is a practitioner just firm didn't have the resources, but I wonder if it's also worth having an example that talks a little bit about the preparer side, because I think sometimes the preparer also creates restrictions for the practitioner. So maybe something like, we thought the suitability of the criteria was appropriate during the precondition stage, but then once we get some more information, that's become clear that it's not. And then that might be a circumstance where you fall into requirement 13.
Len?
Thank you. Fairly supportive of 8 and 9. So I'm reading 8 and 9 and all the application material as a CPA profession. I fully get it and fully understand the reason for all the requirements, all the application materials. If I'm not a if you have a non-CPA, I'm reading this. Number one is there's an ISQN1 reference. And I understand that for to apply the 5,000, you also have to, the firm, the practitioner need to follow ISQN1. So it's kind of implicit. So is there something more explicit to bring that out? Number one. Number two is I was just wondering about on reference group 1 when they read 8 and 9. Do they have any views on this? The other one would just echo my earlier comments about this section. A lot of reference to the firm, and firms, the defined term is for a CPA profession, may not be applicable to other profession. Thank you.
Billy, you had a remark on that?
Yeah, Lane, thank you very much. I think you're referring to the fact that ISA 5000 is premised on the fact that the firm would be subject to ISQN1 as well as relevant ethical requirements. Natalie and Lynn, you can correct me, but I think that will be addressed in the introduction section of the standard, where we normally say that the standard is premised on that. And obviously, we've not seen the introduction yet, but yes, it will be there.
Yes, Billy, I think in part 2, perhaps it will come through there. So when we bring part 2, and then I think, Len, just on the note about firm, I remember you had a comment when we were talking about the definitions. I think we've adopted the 3000 definition, which actually doesn't refer specifically to professional accountants. It refers to an organization of practitioners. It uses the word practitioners. So I think we're okay on that one. So thanks.
Thank you. Any reflections, Wolf, Claire, Lynn, on the comments received on the rest of the document? I think it gives a sense that once we get over the hurdle of the initial parts, that it seems to flow.
It actually gets easier because they're more specific points. So it's, as I read it, it's the general setup that we need to be aware of, and we need to have as one of the review points on this the work effort issue, because that kept coming up time and time again. So I think if we set it up properly and do work effort, we'll get over a lot of the issues that have been identified.
Okay, any concluding remarks on these questions? Turn it back to the team.
In that case, can I thank Claire and Wolf very much, both for their presentation and taking the questions, but also for just the enormous amount of work that's gone in to this section. It was the largest amount of information that had to be condensed into something understandable, and I think they've done a tremendous job. So I just want to personally thank them both very much for all their wonderful work. So many thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you, Claire,
Thank you.
and Wolf, for the work. Good. I thought that was excellent conversation. So I guess Lynn, we will move to is it 7? Are we agenda item 7C now, right? Is it?
Yeah. If you've got any comments on 8.1, can you just put them through? It's a simple three pages. So any written comments, can you put them through, please? Or if anyone's got anything fatal they'd like to talk about, I'm happy to hear it. Otherwise, we're moving on to evidence and documentation, and we're going to swap out Claire and Wolf for Jamie and Diane, who are the evidence team.
Diane is so excited that she gets to move away from her seat that she so loves so much over there.
And just to give them time to set up and get organised, And while I've got your attention, not at the end of the day, at the current pace, we should be finished our papers sometime late morning, early afternoon tomorrow. Don't plan to go shopping or do anything, because we have a plan of what we'll do for the rest of the day. Because this work is going at such a pace, we'd like to gather your input up front in workshops about the next steps. So we will be putting everybody into groups. We will have reporters, we'll have questions. Just to give you a heads up on the questions, they will be around the use of experts, the IAASB presentation and responses to risks of material misstatement, i.e. 330. And then anything else you're hearing in the environment that we should be aware of as we keep drafting. So that session will be when we finish part 6 tomorrow at some point. So this is just a heads up to be prepared for that. You don't need to do any preparation. This is what you know at this point in time. So don't worry about preparing, just be here. So with that, I now pass the mic over to Diane.
Thanks, Len. And oh, I like sitting up here. It's quite an interesting vantage point. Welcome to Evidence and Documentation. I'm going to start us off and just with some opening comments on some slides. Then we'll turn it over to you all to get your feedback. Jamie, the muscle, Shannon, who's sitting next to me, did a tremendous amount of work. And just like everybody has said, and Lynn has commented, we couldn't have gotten here today without the help with our TAs who really did tremendous amount of heavy lifting. So let's talk a little bit about evidence. And before I start with evidence and documentation, the words that I'm going to keep coming back to is balance. We had a lot of information that we could draw from for both evidence and documentation. And I think the first time we went through it, we were a bit enthusiastic and we picked up a lot. And then the voice of reason, AKA Lynn, sat us down and said, I'm not sure you need to have that much information. And so she pulled us back. And really, when you go through this, we'll be interested to see if we did indeed get that right balance. And again, these were some fundamental priorities that we wanted to level set on. So when we thought about evidence, the key considerations that we had included the fact that we clearly thought that core concepts that we all grew up with and that are near and dear to many assurance engagements, such as sufficiency, appropriateness, and persuasiveness of evidence, we retained all of that. However, with some guidance also from the board, having recognized all the good work that went into the ED 500, we knew there was a robust set of information that we could go back to and look at the requirements and application material there and decide what to bring in, as well as some of the information that was in ISA 3000 and 3410. We also paused for a second and said, these are not your typical audit engagements. These are different types of assurance engagements. And we're going to be dealing, as we had the discussion about topics and aspects, all different types of information that we're going to need to think about evidence for. And so where possible, we also went back to the EER guidance and sought to bring in additional guidance, and in particular, some examples that were very sustainability focused to drive home some of those key considerations and address those challenges that we heard, which many times dealt with qualitative disclosures as well as forward-looking information. Whoop-a-daisy. So on this slide, what we've put here is these are the key concepts within the ED 500 that we brought over intact. Again, we had some discussions about when we were going to go look to other guidance, do we want to bring it over intact? Do we want to take some literary privilege and modify some of the requirements? But these ones we did bring over intact, and I don't really plan to go through these in great detail. I would just call out relative to ED 500 paragraph 8, as well as paragraph 13A, requirement 13A, excuse me. We did carry those over, but we are pausing for a second just to think if we did cover in sufficient detail the concepts around intended purpose of performing the procedures and whether we got that balance right relative to those requirements. When you look at this slide, these were the areas, these were the requirements within the ED 500, 9, 10, and 11, where we did modify them slightly. These were situations generally where there was a requirement, an overarching sentence, but then there might be sub-bullets underneath that requirement. And in certain cases, we took those sub-bullets and we moved them actually from a requirement to an application material. Now, some people may say, oh my gosh, you reduced the requirement, what were you thinking? And we did that really for an intended purpose, recognizing again that we're going to be dealing with different types of information, different types of disclosure. And we thought that it was okay to move that information to application material, recognizing the fact that we're going to have different characteristics. So at the end of the day, what we did was we retained the overall requirement to evaluate the relevance and reliability of information to be used as evidence. But then the two sub-bullets that were underneath the requirement within 500, which deal with the source of the information and the attributes of that relevance and reliability, we've moved that over to application material. Consequently, by not requiring the explicit consideration of the attributes of relevance and reliability, we didn't think it was appropriate to continue to retain the requirement to obtain evidence about the accuracy and completeness of the information when those attributes were deemed applicable. And then finally, and this is a little bit more of a minor change, but in the last one with the orange, the detailed sub-level requirements in ED 500 about understanding how management has considered the information from an expert and whether management modified that information received from the expert has moved to application material. We did keep the header within the requirement, which is a requirement to understand how management has used the information prepared by the expert. This was a tricky part. As I mentioned, within evidence, we had a pretty extensive list of application material that we could draw from. And we did really challenge ourselves as to what to bring in, again, with our foundations that we went over the other day, that this is an overarching standard, what was appropriate. So we are curious again if we got that balance correct. And again, where we focused was there was also some good information within the EER guidance that we went into. And these were areas where we also could pick up some examples that were specific to sustainability engagements, again, focused on a couple of those areas. One of the things that we'd be curious about as we thought through evidence were differentiating factors when you're in a situation of reasonable assurance versus limited assurance. And what does sufficient evidence look like? How far do you need to go, especially with a limited assurance? I think everybody understands how far you need to go for reasonable, but do you have to go as far for limited? And that was something that we had a lot of discussions about. And again, would appreciate your thoughts and views as to whether we struck that correctly. So that's it for the evidence. In terms of documentation, this was a little bit more straightforward. We retain the ex-ante requirements within ISA 3000. We also included some more of the detailed requirements from 3410 that were aligned to 230. Now, what was interesting is when we went to the ISAs, there were not a ton of application material within those. So we made a pit stop back at 230. And we did look at the application material that was in there. And again, through a lens, tried to bring in what we thought was the appropriate level of application material from 230. And so what you see in the document is requirements 8 through 14, which really serve as those baseline principles for what should be documented. And again, we think those documentation requirements would apply to both situations where we're doing a reasonable and a limited assurance engagement. Now, the other thing that we noodled on a bit, we seem to say that a lot, and we did noodle on a bit, is where do we put the requirements for documentation? Does it make sense to sprinkle them throughout the standard, or would it be better served to have them all in one place? The thinking or the leaning from the task force was to move them all into one place. So to give you a flavor of that, we did take the documentation requirements related to risk assessment, and we have moved that into this part 4 section dealing with documentation. Be curious to think how people feel about that. If you do like that idea, we'll go back again and figure out other documentation requirements, pull them in, and then just from a housekeeping perspective, decide if it becomes so large and concentrated that it gets its own chapter, so to speak. But that's just a housekeeping matter. But again, the question as to whether do people prefer all the requirements in one place or sprinkled in the respective sections. And that's it. Those are your opening comments. So Tom, I think we're over to you now to go through the questions. And the questions are pretty organized in terms of dealing with the evidence questions first, then the documentation.
Okay, could we put the questions on the screen? I assume. This is question 8 first with A, B, and C. Okay. Evidence and documentation. Let's focus on the evidence one. Sue.
Thank you. I think you've done a really good job here, and I would expect nothing less from the muscle that is a former member of the evidence task force. So I agree with the principles-based requirements. I think in relation to completeness and accuracy, we had a long debate at the board about how we deal with that in the context of audit. And I think given the different nature of some of the information and what have you, it's appropriate that it's been moved down there. I was comfortable with the application material on the purpose of the procedures. One observation in A2 is that in 500, we cross-referenced to 330 around the purpose. And I wondered whether there might be another part of this standard in due course that you could cross-reference to obtain that same kind of flavour. You've got an observation about ATTs. I mean, obviously they will be developing at pace. So I think what we have at the moment is fine, but there's probably an element of making sure we keep the door open in whatever drafting we do to make sure that we don't preclude developments as they go on. And the final point on this was on A5, which comes from A25 in 500. And I think that in 500, that's all about detection risk. And to me, that didn't quite come through in the revised drafting that we got here, but we'll send some comments and things offline anyway. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. That was a really good explanation, Diane, and you and your heavy muscle to help. Agree with what you've proposed for the evidence piece and moving the pieces into the application material for completeness and accuracy and relevance and reliability. And then I wasn't really sure I could find application material on external sources of information, but I could have missed it. And that's it.
Thank you. Ada?
Thank you, and thank you, Jamie and Diane, for bringing this to us and the clarification up front. Yeah, as Sue, I'm on the audit evidence and task force and work closely with Jamie on that topic. But overall, the topics that are here, I'm pretty much comfortable with. I do have also in talking to our outreach there's this question of whether we do enough to make it properly understandable for somebody who does limited assurance. And that's, I think we probably need to think about this a little bit longer, and I appreciate it's difficult. I'm not sure this is the right place to say it, but I guess so I think also there's an element of focus on third-party evidence. So I think in respect of this type of information, a lot will come from third parties, particularly if it's outside of the boundary of the entity, organizational boundary. And this may be just a matter of structuring where to fit what in what part, but I was wondering whether the evaluation of sufficient and appropriate audit evidence needs to sit in this part, or whether that needs to sit at the conclusions part. That sort of felt to make more sense to me, to bring that across there. And we'll cover documentation later, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
I was not on the evidence task force, but I would have thought, I guess when I got here, I would have thought that we would have been consistent with ISA 500. So I was a little bit surprised that some of that material ended up in the application material on both counts, so both A and little b. So in my view, we talked about it a lot. We considered a lot of different options when we were debating 500, and I would have expected us to be consistent when we got to this standard. So a little bit of a different view, but that's where I landed. On the third-party information, I've heard that a lot. So there's quite a bit of third-party information practitioners are using. It's probably worth considering whether we need to have something that deals with that in here, because it does come up regularly in conversation. And then I think on the automated tools and techniques, I know we haven't got much in here, and I know that your reference group mentions not that advanced, but thinking ahead, we may just want to think about that again, because I think in a couple of years' time, that could be quite a different story. So wouldn't want to discount it right off the top. Thanks.
More.
Thank you. First, a couple of inputs that I got through the outreach leading up to this. In this, I think it's more of a general comment, but especially in this section, there is quite a lot of application material that is signposted to be both for reasonable and limited assurance, but they may deal with only one of them. So they got the question whether we should be better at signposting at the right level of assurance for them. The other one was similar to what Julie just said around the third-party information. Also, I was a bit surprised that we landed in a different position here than we did in the ED for 500. I would have liked that this was the position we had in the ED 500, but I would have expected consistency when we came down to this. So yeah, that's it.
Josephine.
Thank you. And thank you to Julie. Point number one, consistency with ISA 500. Agree with Julie on that. Third-party information. Thank you. And then on automated tools and techniques, completely behind you on those. I'm not convinced in terms of B, and particularly given the reference group already said that these are the most important attributes why we would actually move away from what we decided in ISA 500. So Julie and Kai have already covered those. So thank you.
Okay, Bill.
Yeah, ditto the comments have gone before, particularly on taking requirements and moving them to application material. I think this is a point of principle that is going to come up many times, and I don't preface the result, but I think it's something we just absolutely need a decision on. Or the decision might be we do it on a case-by-case basis, but I think that would be worth a conversation.
Yeah, we thought about this very carefully, and just let me put our position here. And it's a difference between an overarching standard and a detailed standard. 5,000 is a detailed standard only about evidence. And so it by definition has a lot more detail in it than you would expect in an overarching standard. So the reason that we moved some of the material into the application material was for that reason. That was to try and put it up to a principle base in terms of, and a level of granularity that was appropriate to an overarching standard. And I think the reason Diane talked about balance is, have we got that balance right? And you keep coming back to it, but if you put all the requirements of 5,000 into this, you don't end up with an overarching standard. So, Diane?
I just wanted to add, Lynn, that the overarching principle requirement we now have is consistent with 3,000 today. So yes, we haven't picked up the 500 advanced requirement, but 3,000 was drafted the way it was drafted because of the broad range of what you could be dealing with. And we feel we're in the same situation here. So we feel comfortable staying with the 3,000 principle as it is today.
I was just going to add, you're right. We did go back and forth because the other part of the balance is auditors who are very familiar with these principles versus maybe folks who aren't quite as proficient in this. And so there is this balance, but back to Bill, I think.
Look, I get all that, and I just think it'd be good to have a firm decision. And it doesn't apply just to evidence and documentation. It applies to other areas which we will proceed to do, and there will be requirements. I think it's different if you can leave half the requirements of evidence out, right? But if you actually take a requirement and think it's relevant to go into the overarching standard, how do we justify a relegation to application materials? So, but look, I don't want to preface a decision. I just think it's something we ought to be clear about. It's going to be an ongoing issue, and it could save or for the drafters a lot of effort one way or the other if we get clear on it. So I'm not disputing. I do have a view, but I just don't want to dominate that. Yeah.
This applies to every single part, and is pervasive through the standard. We have hardly ever taken an entire paragraph and moved it in. We have changed and amended them. Our project proposal said we would take the underlying information and then we would reword it, mold it together into an overarching standard. So part 3 has this in it, which we've just covered. So we've just hit it here, but one should not say that this is just part 4. This goes across all of the standards. If you take the requirements verbatim from the underlying standards, what we started to ask ourselves is this a principle that's overarching, or is this something, if you had a series of standards underneath the sustainability one, so 5,001, that you'd put it into 5,001? And so we kept asking ourselves, what's the right level for this? Is it overarching? Is it actually not necessary, or should it be in a series coming forward? So that was some of our thinking and discussion.
Yeah, and I think, and I know Jim's got a couple of other hands up. I think the other thing was the infamous ISA 3000. We had this discussion about if we come up with items that then cause us to say, 3,000 needs to now be updated. Are we willing to open that up and reevaluate it? So that was the other piece of this complicated process, was the chronological order of all these things came out, and how does this now mean that 3,000 is flawed?
And our answer before anyone says is no. We didn't come up with it. It was flawed. Okay.
Chenwei?
Thanks. So maybe slightly different from few colleagues who came before me. I'm actually quite supportive and comfortable with the balance that the task force has landed with the draft and with all the shifting to the application materials and so on. So I thought it is appropriate balance in the context of an overarching standard. Are we also taking specific comments on the draft? Okay.
Do you want to get some clearance on this, the right balance first before we add some more issues to it? Anyone? Jim, I saw your card come up here.
I might have a unique perspective on this, and that is in the governmental world, there's a type of audit that can be done by anyone. And so it has other than traditional firms. And we write the standards. And what we found was that all the time that what this group might think and a group of people that are not in the accounting realm are very different. And so we try to have our standard in our audience. We were thinking about ourselves. But when we realized that the audience was a much larger practitioner group, it was very problematic because they said, oh, we had to consider internal controls. What are they? And where do they fit in? And so I think the question you really need to ask your group is, or the board is, what is the audience? And I think if the audience is more ourselves, then less is better. Perhaps if the audience is that larger group, you're going to come up with a very different answer.
It's interesting that our reference group are actually our other professions reference group are actually very comfortable at a principal level. And I think we are debating what is a principal level standard compared with more detail. I mean, and that's effectively what we've cut through all of this and gone, what's the principle here? That becomes a requirement. Everything else is application material. And this certainly doesn't just apply to 500. And I know before I said 5,000, I'm very good at getting numbers wrong. So I just correct that it was 500 I was meaning.
And just one other comment related to that. If you have a procedure and you've been an auditor, you would complete that procedure in a way just about everyone in this table would agree, hopefully. But if you're not an auditor in this type of fashion, their version might be very different in terms of how they approach it. So that I just keep that in mind.
It's really interesting, actually. This is a question of balance. It's not a question of anything else, but actually the emphasis of the 500, some of the comments we've gotten is that it's a very principle-based standard. And if I'm not wrong, it's what seven major requirements in 500. So the question is obviously how much is too much for the purposes of an overarching standard. I think that's what you're going. But the question, I think what I'm hearing is it's not that much for some people. But it's clearly the task force is going to need some direction here. Eric?
I was just going to say that in Canada, when we ran this by our reference group, which is a mixture of practitioners and non-practitioners, they were comfortable with the balance as well.
This is a couple of other comments. Anyone want to come up? Like this was triggered by some comments earlier, particularly by Julie and Josephine and Kai. Kai was like, I wish we'd had this approach on 500, but have that being said, we have our approach at 500, guys. Sorry about that, but maybe next, Lynn, any reaction to where we stand from a balance perspective, or certainly?
Yeah, I think going back right to the start of the presentation, the reason we went for those principles and that diagram on principles was this board's got to the same place we got to as a task force, is, oh, what's the balance here? And we decided to take it up to that principle level. And the reason we put those principles in front of you at the beginning of this session was this conversation was predictable, because we've been through it, we've talked about it, we've made our best judgment of taking all of the material. And remember, what we've put in front of you is summarizing the books. That's basically what we're doing, and we've done it on the basis of those principles. I just ask everybody to think there are only, I don't know, is it 7 requirements or 12 and 500? 7. But there's hundreds across all the other ones we have to do. So it's how we balance this. And the reason Diane started with balance is it is fine balance. It is our judgment. But we have had a version of this that had everything in it. And it's unbelievably difficult to digest because it overbalances everything else. So yeah, this is our best balance we can get at present. And I'm hearing everybody. But yeah, I suspect, and I won't be here to have to worry about this, but I suspect if you make a decision to put all 500 into the standard, it will come back and everybody will say, this is much too complicated. Could you go back and reconsider it? So I just, because we've done it both ways. Jamie, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe the bigger challenge we had in the task force was the volume of application material, because 500 does have quite a lot of application material for a small number of requirements. I think based on the feedback we've heard, there's maybe a couple of areas where we maybe did cut a little too much or could add a little bit more, and that seems to be around the external third-party data and some of the challenges around obtaining evidence for that. So I think that's a very fair comment. And then the other one that Kai Martin and I think a couple of others raised was the distinction for limited assurance. So I think those are maybe the two key areas I'm hearing where maybe the balance isn't quite right yet, but hopefully in other areas it's not far off.
Incidentally, we have not received a comment on 500 yet, and we've had some comments about maybe we didn't get the balance right there, and maybe we're too principle based. Of course, we probably will have some the other way. So I guess 500, the proposed, is still a move-in target, and this will be finished in advance of 500 being finished. I mean, the ED will be finished before the 500.
We think, and we've thought through this because there's some danger in the way we've done this of using the ED, but we should have got the responses back on the ED and be able to read those before our ED is finalised. So we are relying on that I think it's a 3 or 4 month gap to be able to do any adjustments that are obvious in the material we're doing, but then we'd have to do from our ED to the finalised 500 after that. So it's a bit complicated, this one, but the timing just works.
But I guess my point is too, for those who think it's necessarily just a small lift with seven requirements today, those requirements may expand going forward, and that was my point. So it sounds like it's just an easy principle based thing, but I'm already hearing some whether we need to raise some application material in 500. I'm not preempting the discussion to the requirements. So therefore, making the necessary leap. So I guess my sense is, Jamie and Lynn, that note the desire to stay close to 500. Note that we may not quite have had the balance right on all issues, but there's enough support for principles-based approach here, and that you have to add some granularity in the points that Jamie raised, and maybe there'll be some offline comments as a result. And remember, your comments don't stop here. You can keep on feeding them in, and that we'll have to we'll continue to iterate on this section, and we'll be reflecting on what happens through the 500 consultation process throughout. I think that's really the best from an approach standpoint. We say, are people comfortable with that? I know that Julie and Josephine would like it to are on the line of being much more tightly aligned to 500. Project's not done, but I think the broad sense is in that direction. Is that fair, Julie?
Yeah, I was just going to add one more thing that I didn't say earlier in my comments, was just the consideration that these engagements are different from your traditional audit engagement. And I think the sources of information and data are sometimes challenging. Sometimes they come from a variety of sources. Sometimes they come from third parties. Sometimes they come from not well-established information systems. And so it was kind of part of that too, is driving me to say reliability is really important. And the fact that we don't have all the requirements around reliability, particularly, and then completeness and accuracy, was giving me pause.
That's where we started. So in a perfect candid, that is where we were hot about this, because of the sources, because of the nature of the evidence, because you may have people who are not used to challenging evidence. So maybe we cut a little bit too much, but we'll go back and take a look. It's a fair challenge.
Candidates for more granularity. So
yep.
I guess with a few of the things we've heard today, I know Billy's next, is like we're sort of there, but we need a little bit more detail in a number of sections on this. Philly, you want to come in?
Yeah, and I think the way that Julie described it is actually very much aligned with the point that I wanted to make. I think Lynn is quite right. I think what we will find as we progress through the standard is that it's going to be the collective judgment of the board. There's no magic answer to whether we got the balance right or not. And but the one way of thinking about 500 as well is, remember, even if you think about the role and function of 500 within the suite of ISAs, it is a reference framework for the auditor throughout when making judgments about evidence. And with that, I'm not saying we're not in the right place. I'm just saying we need to be comfortable that this is one of the topics where we would not have a more specific standard later on. This is it, except maybe for the piece on management experts. And maybe it's fine. Jamie explained it. It's aligned with 3000. It takes into account the different types of information and all of that. So maybe we did land in the right place. But on this specific one, there's not going to be, yes, there may be more specific standards down the line about certain, like we have in the 500 series in the ISAs, but the concepts are the concepts that we have here. And that's fine. That's maybe something we also just need to consider.
Willie, to that point, just to put it out there, we have talked about the additional, I'll call them chapters or supplements that would go with this. Evidence was one of those topics that we thought if there was enough, and if this created challenges, like get the standard out there, see if there are challenges that are being not addressed through the standard, would that be a possible subsequent chapter dedicated to evidence?
Bill?
Just to clarify, I'm happy with where we've landed, but I just want to emphasize this isn't about evidence. To me, this is about producing a standard that we will hold up to be of the same robustness as the ISAs. And I'm just wanting to have an answer to the question when people say, but hang on, you've you've taken requirements in in an ISA and you've included it as an application material in this one. So that's the question I want to have an answer for, and the discussion has provided that answer. I just suggest you start to collect FAQs, and same as the question on controls that Edo raised earlier, so we can all go back as we talk to stakeholders and say with confidence, this is the position.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And the parallels with LCEs are not lost on us, where you've had to pull it all together and simplify things. And in some ways, there's some parallels between these two projects that we shouldn't lose sight of, and we should be consistent in our answers between the two projects as to how we've approached them.
I think the consistency in the methodology is an important point, though, but I do think from a communication standpoint, we have to be careful not to equate the completion of an overarching standard to the robustness of ISIS. I think over time, we're going to have a suite of standards that will build off this overarching standard that will get to a level of specificity that should be partly dependent upon the maturity of the reported frameworks, which are not. So I guess that's the only, I agree with you, but it's a little nuanced there to manage expectations that we're going to have a high level of quality for this overarching standard over time, and consistent with the development in reporting frameworks, we will build out likely build out a suite of standards that will deal with, you said evidence could be one, but we could have lots of other topics, right? That's not predetermined. So I think that's just the nuance that it's important to communicate. Otherwise, I think we could be raising expectations.
No, well, that's part of the answer. So thank you.
I think we're all trying to work through all of this, that not only the content, the outcomes, and the communications associated with it. Guy.
Thank you. Maybe it's more of a question of clarification around the principles used to design the standard. I did hear the reason why we did not pull in all of 500 was because it was going further than 3,000. I'm not sure that that's a good argument, though, because we have an existing standard on something. We are now developing a new on sustainability information, and we shouldn't really hold us back because of what we have in 3,000. So, and I do agree with the discussion. It's not always that we need to pull in all the details that we do have in all the different standards. Sometimes we may also pull them in or have them as application material, but I think we do need to agree on some of those principles, and 3,000 shouldn't really hold us back when we're developing a free or a standalone standard. And also then around, it is difficult to base drafting of a standard on an ED, but it seemed to be a little bit the principle of we're pulling some pieces in and some not. That was the one that probably surprised me the most. So thanks.
And we've done that in absolutely everything, because otherwise we'd just give you the books and say, go off and do it. So, I mean, we have had to pull bits, not the whole in any point. In terms of the 3,500, Jamie, you're probably in the best position to answer that.
I think it was, as I tried to explain, but maybe it was, we always started with 3,000 and then we looked at 500 to see, okay, is that better thinking? But when we thought about the nature and scope of these engagements, the topics, aspects, the breadth that you could be dealing with, and went back to probably the underlying reason why 3,000 was drafted the way it was, we thought that reason still holds quite true. We thought it was, we were worried about I'm not sure scalability is the right word, but given how much you could be dealing with, that specificity of requirement of 5,000 gave us pause for concern. So we thought actually the 3,000 principle of evaluating relevance and reliability was sufficient in this circumstance.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and that's fair. So I've a little bit of a. I understand Guy's concerns, and we shouldn't hold ourselves back by making a better standard for this. But I think it was part, and Lynn will correct me if I'm wrong, of the project proposal that we don't intentionally break 3,000. So there's nothing fundamentally wrong with 3,000. And if the principles in 3,000 still hold, but we can provide a little bit more granularity, albeit in application material, that's great. And that's how I understood how this gels together. So I'm quite comfortable with where the task force got the balance on this. Thank you.
Lynn, were you meaning to come back in? Okay. Other than I think you were probably not in almost agreement with Edo about our interpretation. Just
Sorry, I have made this point before. I actually agree with Kai completely here. 3,000 is nearly 10 years old. And so I understand it had very good principles at the time. I understand why we landed where we did with 3,000, but things have moved on. Things have become much more complex, and this is a very complex area. So to some extent, I don't want us to always hang our hat on 3,000. I think absolutely all the work we've been doing in the ISAs is recognizing all the complexity that practitioners are facing and may well be facing in these engagements as well. So yes, 3,000 is your starting point, but we do really need to look at all the work we've been doing over the last 10 years and all our other standards to actually support practitioners in their work.
thank you. Lynn, you
I
triggered something there.
I've remembered. I'm going back to the September board conversation, and there we were very strongly told to look at 3,000 first. We've sort of added in our own heads 3410 because they two of them go together. Then to look at the EER guidance, and people were very suspicious of us using the ISAs. And so we have probably been more concerned that we've put too much from the ISAs in than too little, because of that very strong guidance that you gave us to go 3,000 and 3410. So I think what I'm hearing here is a bit of rebalancing, and it can't just be on 500. There's lots of other ISAs, and I'm setting this up because 315 is going to have the same conversation around it. So if the board wants us to bring in more detail of ISAs, of more of the ISAs, we're actually into a pretty long overarching standard. So I'm just taking us back to history here, but that's why we've done it the way we've done it.
It's really, someone raised this earlier, was also a little bit, I remember all those arguments and the risks that are associated with bringing too much in, but also someone raised the point about the non-audit practitioners here to me as well. And we should be careful about this. Remember, we want a globally accepted standard that's practitioner neutral. So that almost speaks a little bit more to your point, your last point there. So there's caution. So I think there's a desire for more granularity here and more there. You have used the ISAs throughout the documents too. I've noted it's clearly, but I think right now we're at a decent point for the task force to consider on question 8 how to adjust, and then we'll respond, because I guarantee you we'll speak about this topic again at an upcoming board meeting. And so I think it may be time to move on to Natalie.
I just was wondering, so when we've been talking about this topic right now, I think we've had it with maybe a bit of a hat of a reasonable assurance on, and I would be curious to know if we did bring in the requirements from 500, if that was a path we took, whether that would also be for limited assurance. Because right now, as we've drafted it, we've applied it for both limited and reasonable assurance without a differentiation. But if we brought the more detailed requirements that refer to completeness and accuracy, would that also apply to limited? So I am just wondering if that might be a bit of overkill for limited. I don't know. So just would be curious on some thoughts there.
It certainly makes it more complicated. And that's another reason, maybe not a sufficient reason, to follow the approach that we're doing, because in reality, the great preponderance of the required assurance engagements going forward in the near term will be limited.
I think, Tom, we've got enough.
Yeah,
on
that's
this
my
at
sense. It's like, I
present.
feel like it's not set in stone right now. There's a sense of the need for more granularity. There's a caution about relying too much on the full ISAs here. There's some that would like to be more consistent with the ED, and we'll bring it back and let the task force, maybe the granularity will reduce some of the concerns. Should we go on to documentation? Anything you want to say, Jamie, before we do it?
No, I just wondered, I thought Chun-Wei had a few specific comments you wanted to raise.
Oh, sorry, Chun-Wei.
Oh, no worries. Just that the comments will sound so minor and unexciting in the context of what we just discussed. So just two minor things, maybe to loosen us up a little bit. So on A3, when we talk about different biases, just wondering whether we're going to consider also adding something called authority bias. So authority bias, the tendency to attribute greater accuracy to the opinion of an authoritative figure and be unduly influenced. So I think this is probably quite relevant in the sustainability assurance context, something for us to consider. Another perhaps minor point, A9, in A14 of the ED 500, we also talk about how additional audit evidence may be obtained by increasing the extent of audit procedures performing different types of procedures, or seeking evidence from different sources. Again, something which we have taken out, but seems quite relevant in the sustainability assurance context. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, should we turn to documentation? Jamie, do you want, or Diane, anything more to say on documentation?
Nope.
Okay, let's go straight to question 9A and 9B. So,
Thanks. I was in agreement with the what you have in the proposals. You have a question about where the requirements should be located. I mean, by and large, most of the standards and things are used in electronic format anyway, so the location is probably irrelevant. But considering that this is a new standard, there might be sort of educational processes to go with it. Then it felt appropriate to have it in one location.
Kai.
Thank you. I like the content that you have here. On question B, I disagree with Sue. I think there is a risk if you pull all the documentation requirements into one place that people would not read the following requirements, that they would jump directly to documentation. Thinking about the way we did it in the LCE standards, we have some general principles in the documentation area, and then we have the specific documentation requirements together in the part where the relevant requirements are. Thanks.
Chun-Wei.
Well, probably because I've been in the same LCE meeting as Kai for too long, but probably in the Kai's camp here. Don't feel too strongly either way, but I do think that you'll be more appropriate. My inclination is to have it in the respective parts. But again, Sue's point about technology, I think at some point you just need the technology to pull everything together. Yeah, thanks.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. So my reach out group wanted it in the particular part as stated by Kai and Chung Wei, but I will also say pursuant to Sue's comment, as long as it's clearly identified wherever it is from an electronic perspective, I think it's fine. I like the direction of travel though, the way that it's written.
Ada?
Yes, thank you. I'm probably with Kai, Chung-Wei, and Wendy. Well, I'm not probably, I am with them. I like it better with the parts. Well, this is how we do it in standards. We did it with LCE, so why do we now suddenly take a different route? And appreciate the comment of the technology, but the technology is not here yet in the way that I would like to see it operate as such. So I would go with the respective parts. Thank you.
Eric? By the way, we haven't had many comments on A, so I just want to make sure if you're not raising comments on A, we heard a couple of supportive comments. I'm taking it that you're supportive of the way it's been done. Okay, but we'll solicit comments on A. Eric?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the way it's been done in A. We would like a hybrid approach. We think that it's useful in both ways. So if there's a way of making that happen, that'd be great, because it is helpful to have it in the specific parts, but it's also good to have that summary or principle somewhere where everyone can see it.
So the hybrid approach is the LCE approach that Kai referred to. Julie?
I'm in the same camp, but maybe one point that hasn't come up yet on that is that we did focus on 6 priority areas through this standard. And I think having the documentation requirements in those parts that are with those areas is important, as opposed to having them all together in one that might not drive the importance of the priority areas. So that was just one other consideration I had.
Len?
9A, very supportive. Just want to make sure that you get my vote. 9B, I think similar. I think consistent with what's in the ISIS and LCE. We should be in the specific section. So another vote for separate.
We seem to be having a consensus around this separate sections, but maybe some element of hybrid that core principles here. Okay, that's you read. Okay, Josephine.
Yep, I agree with that consensus. The only thing is, Dan, Jamie on 9A, I couldn't really come to a conclusion because I felt like we were missing requirements in other parts. And so from that perspective, yes, as it stands now, but I think we probably need more as we work through the different parts and come back to it. Thank you.
Okay, so support on 9A, one qualified support on 9A after, but and a move towards a hybrid approach on B. Okay, what's next?
Yeah, that's just what I was saying, Lynn. I think we've got question 10, but I think we've covered it a bit, unless I should just open it up and say, is there any other comments?
Any other issues on this section? Josephine, you still have? I've learned to know when Josephine has a stray tent. I just ignore it now.
Usually it's not stray. It's intentional. An intentional tent. Good.
Any other topics on the this part of the draft 5,000? Anything more, Diane, Jamie? First of all, exceptional job again. Another team that deserves a round of applause. So thank you very much. It's clear that all the pay that we give you at this board is paying off. Yes.
Two times naught, still naught.
Yes. Okay, Lynn, back to you. I think this is a good point to break today. It's as if we knew that 5 o'clock was when the scheduled meeting was due to close.
Yeah, and I think we're getting through this really nicely. So just to put your heads into tomorrow, we will do planning first, and that's where we will cover aggregation and disaggregation again for the first time. So question 2A comes into part 5 as well. We're hoping to get through that by morning tea time, and after morning tea we will do risk, and we will try and get through that by Christmas.
I hope so too. Lynn, I hate to tell you, you better change your flights.
By lunchtime tomorrow. And then we'll have the IAASB presentation, then we'll have the workshops, and then we are finished. So, and can I thank you all very much for this input and the good debates we've had, because I think it's taking us forward in a really positive way and will help the task force as we, one, draft the other sections, but also update the sections that we've got. So many thanks, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you, Lynn. Jim, Michael, any reflections you want to offer? We're sort of halfway through, or slightly more than halfway through on sustainability, but on the day in general.
I think I'll hold my detailed comments till later, but I would say so far so good.
That sounds like a good way to end. Jim?
I appreciate the quality of the discussion and thoughtfulness.
Thank you for that. A couple of administrative notes. You should have received by now from IAASB updated LCE papers and an updated strategy document as well. Those are for Friday's discussions, but we wanted to give you a little extra time. We beat the clock on those, so thank you to the team for helping us out here. Really, any other administrative notes? Okay. Could I ask you oh no, Billy, he has something.
Just a reminder, I know we've been used to starting 9 o'clock up to today, but just remember tomorrow is an 8:30 start.
See, that's why he's technical director. Thank you, Billy, for that. Set your clocks early tomorrow. So really good day of discussions. We've got a lot done. Thank you again to the I'm not calling them the team, the Sustainability Army, nonviolent, because they're very sustainable. And I hope everyone has a good evening and get some rest, because we have a big day tomorrow. Remember, we'll be joined in the afternoon by IAASB after lunch to talk about their project too. And then that will sort of feed into our discussions, workshops afterwards, which is a type of discussion many of you have really said you value at this board, is more of those interactive workshopping exercises. Thank you.